I'm 1, 2, 3. Keep it going now.
We tried to make
The f***ing gone! Oh my god!
Holy
Jesus, there's more. Oh my god, this is insane. Oh, yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Magic time.
We're in the game? Oh!
Welcome back to Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6, and I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. Hope
What
you've had
are we doing here again, Levy?
Hey, they liked us, so they brought us back. Chat, welcome to the show. Today we've got 3 matchups for you. There are no cancellations due to weather, but obviously everybody who's still out there in Texas struggling with the heat and the power, we wish you all the best. We're going to run you through all the logistics. Let's kick things off with our participant pool. Today, the 6 players in question. Well, we're going to start with Michelle Carre taking on Logic, Mr.Beast versus Moist Critical, the Jesus of YouTube versus the Jesus of Chess. We're going to offend somebody, but that is apparently the nickname that Moist Critical now has. And Tubbo versus Rainn Wilson. Anna, any thoughts before we kind of run through the rest of this stuff?
I think it's gonna be yet another epic day. Yesterday we were hosting the show with Levy. Yes, XQC's match unfortunately had to be postponed due to weather. But today, I think, as you said already, all 3 matches are going to take place. And I think all 3 of them will be hyper exciting. I don't even know which one to call out as our main match because these are brilliant people.
Yes.
Creators, celebrities, streamers, actors. We have a field of so many wonderful people from all sorts of different professions. And I can't wait to see how they will battle it out today, starting with Michelle Carre against Logic.
Well, on that note, let's remind everybody of how it is this thing even goes down, right? We've got 4 groups of 4. As always, there's a double round robin. I apologize. There's a kind of 2 games played between the players against each other, one with white, one with black. 10 minutes with 5-second bonus. You get 3 points if you win. You get 0 points if you lose, unless, of course, it goes to an Armageddon. But we'll take a look at all that and the standing shakeup later. Let's look at our prizes. Money's good. It's a good thing. And while this is also exciting, probably it's equally exciting the fact that some of these percentages, some of the percentages, I should say, of the prizes will go to our community outreach initiative, which obviously determines based on what charity some of these prizes kind of go to. And we have a full list of those charities. I am still hoping, Anna, that one day those 2 TBAs will be changed to something else. I am running out of jokes. I have not found.
Levy, I know. And on that note, too, a reminder that the command is !charity in the chat if you would like to donate as well. Every single penny matters, and every single donation will be matched by Chess.com up to $100,000.
Yes, in a place where I cannot promise you $100,000, but one that is equally exciting, $35,000 prize fund. We've got Twitch Rivals, featuring some of your favorite creators. As of now, I'm not sure Anna and I are confirmed participating, but we're trying to get in. You know, we're trying to use our outside influence. But you got other big-time chess streamers like Ludwig, Voyboy, Botez, and Hikaru, obviously. But Ludwig and Voyboy, you know, they're the perennial contenders to take that spot. Now, that all goes down March 2nd, 1 p.m. Pacific time at twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals. Let's also give you a reminder of our official sustainability partner, Gayaki, 25 years of their regenerative yerba mate. They're going to give you some cases to celebrate. You can spam that emote in the chat for your chance to win. and we will be right back with our first game of the day. You know the drill.
The regeneration of the planet is integrated into our business model. Purchases of Guayaquil yerba mate support stewardship of the South American Atlantic rainforest and the self-sufficiency of indigenous communities. These purchases advance a carbon-balanced renewable energy economy and provide meaningful employment for the formerly incarcerated. Guayaquil's sales also fuel communities and activists, driving the regenerative movement. Meanwhile, your enjoyment of yerba mate reconnects you with the vitality of life. When we come to life, we care about one another and stand together to create a better future.
Getting ready to go. Raz, thank you so much for the sub. And I am going to just do random puzzles, I think. All right, here we go. God, I'm nervous. Alphatica, thank you so much for the sub. And this is still a situation. Okay. Both Anna's in the chat. Thank you so much, Anna. Both Anna Cramling, and Anna Rudolph. Anna Love. Oh. No?
Hey, me again! Luscious Larry, leather belts, sweaty, heavy, bulky, leather. Wow!
Mom, wait! Don't kiss him. I'm your son. I'm here from the future. If you kiss him, I won't exist. So please.
Hey, I love your belt. Is that what you wear in the future? Rad!
Totally. What? My Grip 6 belt? I know, right? I love this. No flailing flaps, bulging buckles, or hideous holes. And with a lifetime guarantee, you really can't go... Mother!
Whoa!
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3, presented, as you know by now, by Grip 6. They are offering a pre-order of their chess set. It's an all-aluminum board and piece set, and you can order the pieces separately if you already have a nice board. Just a reminder that to do this, you go to go.chess.com/grip6 and use that code Pogchamps20, get 20% off of all their products for a limited time. And I'm just going to say this, I'm wearing the socks right now, and I might have to put my feet up here on the camera unless y'all...
Lavi, I think we don't really want to
Well,
go there.
I was gonna bribe them. I was gonna say they have to go, get the socks and try them out. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to listen. This is gonna be a constant threat with me in the audience. And
This is not an only socks. This is not only socks.
Anna, Pogchamps commentary gets weird. Our interviews get a little bit weird. Our commentary gets weird. But I am wearing the socks, and I have to say, I vouch. They're very, very comfortable. I'm
still waiting for my socks, but I live in Ireland, so I think the delivery will take a bit longer.
Yeah, the cases and the well, I don't really go outside a lot. I haven't had a chance to flaunt my Grip 6 belt just yet, like Luscious Larry. Was that his name in the ad? That was a very powerful flexing of the belt there, but we've got Logic. Looks like on camera. We're not going to crop to him just yet because Michelle, I think, is still doing some puzzles. But I can see, y'all can't see, but I can see Logic looking mighty comfy.
He is. He's getting ready for the match, and Michelle is setting up her stream. She's already live on her channel. I think she's making sure that her camera is cropped properly. She has been practicing, warming up with puzzles. What do you think of this matchup? How do you see the two facing each other, and who is the favorite?
Well, it's weird, because Logic hasn't done a huge amount of lessons. He did that collab with Hikaru, and then he said in his interview, chat, if you don't know, that he's got a coach. He works with a smaller streamer. I'm not even sure if Joe Bruin is even still a streamer. I'm not exactly sure what he's up to, but about an expert level player, 2,000, 2,100. But Michelle has been like Thanos through all this. I mean, she has collected the strength and power of multiple creators. She has used the advanced kind of preparation tools, and now she's just got to put it all together.
Yes, for those of you who may not know of her YouTube channel, she has over 2 million subscribers on YouTube, and she has a really well received YouTube series called Challenge Accepted. And the idea of Challenge Accepted is that she takes on a new challenge, a new profession, basically every month. And this month it has been to train like a chess professional. She studies chess every single day of the week. She has been doing it already for the past 4 weeks. And this is her final test, participating in Pogchamps with other players who may have more experience, who may have studied more previously, but she has been on the grind for the past months.
Yeah. And I think the most important thing, frankly, for everybody is to realize that obviously players are going to come in at different levels, and players do on or off stream prep. Michelle has basically streamed the majority of her prep, maybe a few here and there offline. And Logic has basically streamed nothing. He's just kind of doing his thing. He's just out there sometimes playing chess. And by the way, they are off, and a symmetrical London, not unexpected, because Logic is very classical. He's he'll copy you right out the gate. He's not interested in deep prep. He's interested in just getting a position to play.
Levi, I think you know about this preparation. Both you and me have been working with Michelle. Oh, A6 though, I don't think is an opening setup we have predicted.
Yeah, I think that he's trying to play knight c6 and avoid bishop to b5. It is no secret. Anna and I have worked with Michelle, and although I do feel a bit bad as the commentator now in this position, I don't feel too bad as a coach. And Michelle should be right. So bishop d3 is not really prep, but that's still what she's supposed to do. I did mention to her that c4 is good against these setups when the bishop is out, because then you can play queen b3, queen b7. But
I think she remembers my prep, so I'm sorry to say, Levi, but I have looked at this as bishop d3. She's combining the two ideas. She's listening to both of her coaches. Yeah. I told her bishop d3, you told her c4, and she's playing both.
Yes, the problem is that in chess, now the big question is going to be, is she going to play knight c3? Because, of course, if you play c4, you have to put the knight behind the pawn. You cannot go knight d2. You blunder the bishop in one move. That's the tricky thing about chess. That is the tricky thing about chess. But so far, so good. We will see. We will see. Very exciting.
And as for logic, we still need to see if he's going to follow up with the queenside development. I agree with you that it seemed like he pushed a6 either to place the knight on c6 without having it pinned by bishop b5, or maybe he wanted to expand on the queenside by pushing his pawn, the b pawn, up to b5. But now with Michel's pawn on c4, it's no longer an option.
Now, this position is probably significantly better from the computer standpoint because you can take on d5. We saw this in the Mr.Beast versus Ludwig match also. Yeah, like these Queen's Gambit positions, Anna, chat, you guys got to take if it's the queen that's coming out, because then you just play knight, knight, and it's knight, knight for the queen. And then you, okay, so that's also good. This is so far so good.
I think it's very difficult for beginners or those of you who haven't had that much experience in chess to know when do you take and when do you wait for your opponent to take. In this case, that pawn capture on d5 is obvious to those of us who have been around for a while. But I can also see why Michel prefers a developing move, because we tell them to not move too many pawns, but focus on piece placement and piece play.
Yes, exactly. Like one thing that really scares me here. So I think that Logic will probably play bishop to d6 because I think he's done it in a few games to challenge this bishop. And just like the same thing happened, Michel should rock back. You should rock it back to g3, because then if black were to take you, you would take with the h-pawn, opening up your rook, and that looks really nice, rather than just snapping and then allowing black to activate their queen. There's some positions it's good, there's some positions it's not good, but for the most part, come back to g3. Her position looks great. The problem is that you don't get any reward for developing all your pieces. Now you have a whole game of chess to play.
And the position is quite close, so even though Logic is behind in development, it's not that easy to take advantage of it. I also think bishop to d6 is the move he is considering, or knight to f6 would be a very logical developing move too. I say that logical, but today I feel like it's intentional for the pun. No, I'm not as funny as Levy.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I feel very strange saying logical when logic is on the screen. I feel like it's very forced, but I mean, you know, let's just say good move. We'll just skip that. And no, we do know that as a creator, my goal in life is to definitely farm Kek W in the chat. So chat, please do go ahead.
Please spam Kek W right now.
This is an interesting idea, and I see the bishop pinning me. Oop. I want to go back to e2, right? But that's such a hard move to play, because you're like, why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense. But Michelle, if she plays queen out, it's going to get real weird, because bishop takes, pawn takes, and white's king is open. And yet even that is not so bad, right, Anna?
But it's a difficult decision, and for that reason, I think the move that Logic has played, bishop to h5, even though he still needs to finish development and move the bishop again. Well, while I was trying to say how I think this is going to be difficult for Michelle, she just goes like, queen b3, take my knight if you want to. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of you.
This is the entire kind of drawback of this whole idea by black, because you don't have a bishop stabilizing your structure. So Michelle, of course, should just take back. Don't just go queen b7. That's the very tricky thing here, because queen b7 looks good. It attacks the knight, but just take back on f3 and I think you'll be fine. I think we're looking in on Michelle. She's looking at it.
I'm still gonna do it.
Oh, and she's thinking it after queen takes b7. Black has to play rook b8.
Is that crazy?
It's the only thing that she's calculated, and
because we're creating a bigger threat. So okay, this is probably a bad idea, but whatever.
Michelle!
She's going so brave. She has taken.
The thing is, the way for black to figure this out is so weird.
I probably should have taken.
I don't even. What even is the way? Why is it -2?
Yeah, I wonder if Logic will find the best move here, because Michelle's idea is a smart one. She's taking the pawn because she's saying she's creating a bigger threat. In this case, bigger or equal threat. The knight on c6 is hanging, as well as the bishop on f3. But the issue is that black has a very strange looking move, knight to a5,
Yeah, but
knight to the side of the board that will attack the queen, and then he can move the bishop away.
right, but if we just pull this up on the big board, of course, the idea is knight a5, and I saw obviously, you know, people in chat, right? Some people were writing knight a5, some people were insulting us and saying we should, you know, not have this job. But the point of knight a5 is that, and see, logic doesn't even. Oh, don't take the knight. The bishop sees it. Oh, this could be so bad. I'm so
Michelle
scared.
is drawing an arrow toward the knight with the queen.
Oh, Michelle.
I go here.
Oh.
Oh no, she doesn't see the bishop just yet. I hope she realizes that she hasn't taken yet on f3. She needs to take back.
Oh, she's forgetting about the bishop. Oh, she saw it. Oh, she saw it. Oh, sorry.
Bottas Gambit prevented. Well done, Michelle.
Yes. Oh, wait. Okay. But she's. Oh, yes. This is so much better. It's actually crazy. If she takes G takes F3, she might just straight up be winning from the practical standpoint because of how hard it is for Black to play. Wow. Clutch find by her. But she still has to find the best move.
And I wonder if she will take on F3, which is logical because then the knight on C6 is hanging. So even though Black can take the bishop on D3, she's also threatening now the knight on C6, which was earlier defended by the bishop.
Yeah, so again, I was just going to show this on the big board. Knight A5 is the whole idea here. It's a really weird geometric sequence where the queen is just stuck. But my thought was you have queen C7, but I guess Black just ignores that. Because if you take, look what happens to your advantage. It's gone because your knight is hanging. But if you don't take the queen, you defend your knight through the queen. That's why. And then Black takes the bishop. But are we going to get that?
It's so difficult to spot that pattern. And I wonder if logic realizes that knight a5 is a move here that should be a good one, because normally you don't want your knight to go to the edge of the board. And also a move before he took on c4, if we just show that moment again, knight a5 was the strongest move after queen b7 for the same reason, but it's such a difficult move for the fact that we teach everyone not to do this. But this is a special case where you want to save your piece, then run away with the bishop.
You literally just back up. That's what you do. You just get your bishop out of danger. I'm not even sure if it's bishop h5. See, apparently it's not even bishop h5. There's like an even better way, like maybe bishop e4. But okay, what actually ended up happening? Okay, it's still logic's move, I guess. So logic is seeing if I take, the knight is hanging, and he's found knight a5. He's found knight a5.
But now it still is the question whether he sees that after Michelle capturing the pawn on c7, which is the only square for her queen, that doesn't lose the queen. So she has to capture the pawn on c7.
She hasn't even spotted, although she's looking to see. Let's take a look at her screen. She is highlighting the queen. She has to find queen takes pawn. Oh, she might go queen b4, but can we listen in? Is she talking?
She's very focused, drawing arrows to some of the potential squares of the queen, but the only square available without losing the queen is the c7 pawn.
Yes. And if she, right now is where you have to just
breathe. Am I stuck no matter what?
Right, see, she has got to realize she's not. She can actually take the pawn. Like, that's what you have to, just one square to the right.
Can't go.
That's protected by the bishop.
Here. Can't go here.
She's only looking at the free squares.
Can't go here. Can't go here.
She hasn't spotted yet that the bishop on f4 is helping her escape.
Wow. Yikes.
Like, she might end up taking the rook because she's like, oh, I'm going to lose material anyway. But she doesn't realize she could just slide over one square and take the pawn. She's just taking it out of her thought process. Right? So there you go.
Exactly. She is now looking for a way out to at least get some material for the queen. I wonder if she will go and scan the board again, because if she does another round of what squares are available for the queen, she may spot the capture on c7. Or bishop takes c7. I think that's also a move that could cross her mind if she realizes that the bishop could help. But it's
take the rook. I don't know what else to do.
She got tunnel visioned.
And the thing is, like, you got to look at everything. Look at everything you can take, because and she's just ignoring the pawn. That's the thing.
I don't know how
Just
to. Man. Okay.
Oh, and she took the rook. She took the rook, Anna.
Yeah, this is unfortunate when you feel like there's no way out. It's first the psychological part that
I
she
don't
believed
know what
that
else to
there's no
do.
way out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but now she'll have to regroup. You're losing here. You're absolutely you're losing, but you're losing by material. If you now just take a breath and go, all right, my bishop's under attack. I gotta move my bishop back. Defend my pawn. But okay, bishop b4 is also not bad. Of course, I think logic will snap take it because you're up material, right? So simplify, finish your development. But it's another example, Anna. We've seen this in this event. The lower rated player brings great openings to the table, even gets a good position, but they got to execute down the line, and it's sometimes the confidence that holds them back. Like they get there and they're like, oh well, there it is. I blundered. Oh no.
Yeah, and it was that moment when Michelle thought that her queen was already trapped. That's when she stopped looking for alternatives and not seeing that the bishop on f4 was helping too. So it was true that the queen didn't have any good squares, but the bishop could have helped her out.
So we get knight takes, f takes, or knight takes here for Michelle. Close on time, and still wacky enough that weird stuff could happen. Like
it's a rook for the queen, so that's at least the bigger value piece you could get for a queen. It's not just a knight or a bishop. It's a rook, which is worth 5 points. The queen is about 9 points. So on its own, it's not terrible, but she has to activate her pieces as much as possible, including the rooks, in order to try to create some kind of a counterplay.
Yeah, it's the hard thing is it's tricky for logic to win this position, but it's equally tricky to create counterplay is the best way to describe it. It's just it's all tricky. And
I wonder if Michelle will trade on d6 or push e5 or maybe move the bishop away. She knows that when she's down on material, she should try to keep the pieces on the board. But in this case, it's not that simple.
Yep.
If you push e5, that blocks your own bishop. So I wonder if she will settle for that move just in order to preserve material, and she goes for it.
Yes, she's played e5. It's a very, very decent move. If logic is, is another candidate for winning this event, he'll play bishop b4. Of course, bishop e7 also very reasonable. Just back it up. And if you go back to f8, you've got to have a serious talk with your coach. That's
Joe Brune.
Exactly.
Shout out to Joe, and Logic himself said in the previous interview how grateful he was to Joe for the preparation, for all the help. And let's see if that bishop goes somewhere. I don't think f8, but if he retreats, I would predict bishop to e7, or the other square is bishop to b4.
Logic thinking. He doesn't have a lot of time. I will say this:
no.
the man really he ain't got a lot of time, and he is really
he
relaxed.
Wants to push g5.
Whoa.
That's gonna get wild if he pushes g5 with the king still in the middle of the board.
Yeah, in the words of a philosopher, Northern Lion, g5 is gonna get weird. Okay, he's decided not to get weird. He is not getting weird. He's just backing that thing up to e7. Michelle is playing with confidence. She's playing quickly, and I have a feeling she senses the clock. Like, she sees that it's 3-3. She's going to play rook b1 and try to go b4 maybe.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see that she kept her cool even though the queen is gone. Queen f3, though, is a very unpleasant move. But I was just going to say that her confidence shows, even though it's a bad position, we have been practicing that you should put up as much resistance in any position. Doesn't matter how bad the position is, if you put up the maximum resistance, if you keep fighting, keep trying to make it as difficult for the opponent as possible, that's when you will also be given chances. That's the only way to make the opponent make mistakes too.
And oh, Logic is a sharp. He's
Logic
sharp.
is not making mistakes though.
He's
H5.
This was really clean by Logic. I mean, Queen F3, H5, and not even castling. Just he's gonna activate his rook through the side. Really nice from him. Great technique. That is excellent. If you're 1065 or around there, pay attention because this man's making it look easy. I mean, he's just go Logic.
Absolutely. That's such a high level, classy move, aiming to push h4. And if Michelle stops the pawn push by placing her pawn on h4, queen g4 would have been one of the good responses. b4, Michelle is going for an attempt on the queen side to try to counterattack.
This was her idea. Will Logic remember that he has en passant here? You know, is he going to remember this, or is he just going to move his knight to safety? Both are completely fine. It's not fine to lose your horse. Although, to be honest, h4 and h3 is unstoppable mate, and he might flex on us.
Do you think he will push the h-pawn, or will he care about the knight?
I don't know. Let's look. He's not drawing any arrows.
Cozy. He's very cozy, but he doesn't have that much time.
Yeah, he's like so relaxed. Just not talking. He just kind of chills and oh, he's in the exact same spot as last time.
And
I thought it was a different spot.
I think it's the exact same spot, and he ends up pushing h4, which could be checkmate in a few moves. He's sacrificing the knight, or maybe his idea is to take the bishop on g3. Both are actually really good ideas, but yes, after b takes a5, the shortest way to victory would be to push the pawn to h3, not even care about the bishop, and then it's checkmate on g2 next move.
Yeah, bishop f4, and now, well, the worst thing that happens now is it's so easy for him. That's the thing. Once you move the bishop out of the way, it becomes easier because you're like, oh, I can't take? All right, well, then I'll push. And he did it. And queen g2 is mate. And queen g2 is going to be mate.
Oh my god, no!
Yeah, I mean, that was rough.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
he found this h-pawn idea.
That h5, h4 push was brutal.
I think Michelle's about to find out that she has queen takes c7. Like, I know, I don't want to hang onto this here, but I don't know how much of a pause she's going to take, but we might get it on the break. So let's just see if she does see it when she analyzes the game. Those moments are so painful, Anna, because you're like, oh my god, I didn't have to lose the queen. No. But Logic wins. He takes game 1, and game 2 is coming right up after the break. Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. I don't know how I didn't see that. Okay, so I guess I just went for that pawn too early, and that's really where I messed up everything. Oh, this was protected. Oh my god. Okay. I'm sure that was difficult to watch. Sorry. Hmm. Sheesh. I don't really have anything else to say. I mean, yep, I could have taken on C7. Damn it! Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna refresh for the next game. Dang, that would have been so great too. Wow. And even if they take, I take back, or if something else happens, then I could have gone here. Oh my god! So frustrating. Ah.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6. Friendly reminder, you can play all of the participants of the event over at chess.com/play/computer. You can also play against me. You can also play against Anna. We don't get fancy graphics. We don't have enough followers yet, but we'll get there someday, right, Anna?
Maybe one day, but in the meantime, do challenge our Pogchamps participants on chess.com if you want to take them down, if you want to show that you could be in Pogchamps as well. Maybe you will get an invite if you defeat the bots.
Yeah, actually, does Critical have a bot?
Not yet. I think we should make one for him and for everyone in this field. I feel like they would all need to have a bot.
Wow. And obviously on break, we did have Michelle stream up as they're getting on the way. She did see that queen takes C7 moment. Those are the hardest moments. You know, those are the moments where you can channel your frustration into just learning. But at the same time, I am no stranger to that feeling. And how do you deal with that? Because I can get dejected. I can just be like, all right, garbage. In the garbage. I'm done. I'm taking a break. I'm taking a mental timeout. Here, there's no timeouts, though.
There are no timeouts, and that's very difficult when it comes to playing one game after the other. Michelle has to put that aside. New page, it's a blank page, and as if nothing happened. Easier said than done, but she has to completely put that behind her so that she can focus on this game. This is now her chance, and she's going for the preparation that we were looking at. Bishop to c4 is a setup that Logic often plays against the Sicilian. Well, often. There weren't a huge sample of games, but he played it in a few games against the Sicilian, so Michelle reacted well with e6, but now she's combining it with the dragon, because her normal setup would be the dragon.
Right, she plays e6, g6. It's exactly, yeah. I had mentioned to her that in this setup, you know, he might play bishop c4 early. You can go e6, d5. And then she told me you and her had looked at, you can go e6, d5 and combine it. The thing is that Logic is not, he's not playing the level of the game like, well, she's got weak and dark squares, so I'm going to play bishop to e3. He's probably just going to castle, finish his development, and there you go. In fact, bishop d2 is actually a surprisingly passive move. Bishop f4 even, a bit more aggressive.
It feels like Logic was slightly worried about bishop takes knight. The knight on c3 was attacked, and maybe he didn't want his pawn structure to be damaged. The pawn would have been doubled on c3, but it wasn't a big issue because of what, Levi, you pointed out. The dark squares in Black's position are weaker due to the pawn structure being a zigzaggy shape, and for that reason, the g7 bishop should not be traded. It's a very crucial, important defending piece.
And Logic just kind of does this freestyle thing in the opening. And that's for better or for worse. The truth is that I'm a firm believer that he's got great fundamentals. You just saw him execute brilliantly when he got that better position, right? Like lights out, queen f3, h5, h4, beautiful. If he combines that with opening prep, this guy could be easily 13, 14, 1500 within a few months. Clearly, his instinct is there. As Michelle plays the move, I know we're on a bit of a delay because we're looking at Logic, but she has played d5, so...
Very logical follow-up to this structure with e6. That's the idea of pushing e6 against bishop c4 so that you can counter it with a pawn push to d5. Interesting how Logic has gone for these pawn pushes, the rook pawn push, a6 in the previous game, a3 in this game, and it seemed like it didn't have much of a point, but in fact, after d5 now, his bishop at least has more squares more squares available. He could put it on b3 or return to a2, retreat all the way to a2, and he's avoiding that the bishop could be traded in the future. I don't know if that was part of his plan or he just likes to push that pawn, but it adds up in the end, and it makes some sense here too.
And Michelle has responded with pawn takes d5, and Black is very clearly better here, primarily because of the center control with the two pawns. That's number one. And number two, that leads to better piece activity. So the material is completely equal, but once Black castles, these pawns with these active knights and the bishops, Black is going to have some activity. But once again, just like last game, there's a full game of chess to be played. There's decisions to be made. There's doubts to be casted upon your own thought process. And that is where champions are made or broken.
Very true. I'm looking at Logic's stream at the moment, but he doesn't draw arrows. He's one of the few participants that doesn't draw many arrows. He's just sitting there, very calm, very chill, focused, but his thinking isn't shown on the board. I think most of our participants like to use the arrows for visualizing the move to see what are the options. Then they draw it on the board or they color the squares. But in the case of Logic, he maybe he doesn't feel like it helps, or perhaps he's afraid of misclicks because mouse slips can happen if you draw here and there and you accidentally move a piece.
So that's actually, you bring up a great point. I'm going to tie that in on a serious note and with a little bit of humor. I tweeted about Pogchamps yesterday, and obviously, I was just looking through, want to see what people were responding. There was good stuff. One guy in particular wrote something. He was in the show more replies sections because he was so aggressive. Twitter just kicked him out. He was cursing at the Pogchamps coaches, but one of the things that he said was, that is why we should teach our beeping students to think with their with eyes and not their hands, basically not to draw arrows. So basically, insinuating that all the Pogchamps coaches, Anna, we tell our students to draw arrows. So I go either way. I tell my student whatever's easiest, but I do wonder, and I have to think about this now, whether the arrow drawing changes the way you visualize just looking at it. I don't know. Maybe that guy has a point.
I think it helps in general, but I agree with you that it also depends on the participant. Logic has been playing chess for a lot longer than Michelle, and I believe he learned to play chess over the board on a physical chess board. Obviously, you don't go to a chess tournament with a marker and you start
Right.
drawing on the squares.
I would hope
So
not.
if you're used to OTB chess, then it's more normal for you to not do it. In fact, some of the comments I receive on my videos is that, oh, it clearly helps her that she's drawing. I don't think I would draw if it wasn't for my viewers. I draw so that I can show to my viewers what my thought process is, because I'm used to not being able to do it over the board. But in the digital era, if you're used to online chess, I think it actually helps, but you need to be careful with mouse slips.
Completely. Like when I'm playing Blitz, we got 2 seconds to make a move, and we're not going to be like, well, but sometimes you need to be like, well, if this, then this. And even then, especially in fast games, it's the stronger viewers who are going to be, oh yeah, I got that. Whereas, like if someone's watching you and they're 700 and you go 3 arrows, they're like, it's where the whole Hikaru meme comes from. It's like, of course, duh. Right, guys?
Easy clap.
And yeah, no, I think I will continue to tell people to draw those arrows. The problem is that when you actually have to use your eyes and you can't do that over the board, then yeah, it's difficult and pieces change and lines open up. And I think everybody learns a bit differently.
Absolutely. And whatever suits you is the way you should do it. So no one should just blindly believe us and do it this way or that way. Try it out for yourself, see what works for you. And that's going to be the way. But I think it's better not to coach coaches on how to coach overall. That's a good tip too.
Yes, I do have that is definitely a meme in my channel. I'll be giving lessons to, Michelle, Daniel Negreanu, Charlie, and there's always someone in chat that's like, I personally don't think you should show them this. I'm like, oh, you don't? Oh, well, okay. That brand new lesson. We're not going to do that anymore. I think, Anna, how many people do you think you've coached over your career? Just like one-on-one, groups, courses, thousands?
Of course, it's counted thousands, yes. I don't think any of us are the perfect coaches. No one is, but we are trying our very best. And for instance, in Michelle's case, one of the criticism about our coaching toward her was, why are we teaching her the Sicilian? Well, she likes this position. She's playing it very well. So who are we to tell her not to want to learn the Sicilian, even if it's an ambitious opening?
Yeah, right now could be a very teachable moment. Her logic could be, if bishop takes, then queen takes, it's a fair trade, I should do it. But in reality, she should completely ignore this bishop. I mean, if it takes you, that's fine. But you don't want the queen to get in. Is she speaking is the question. So she doesn't seem to be taking the bishop, which is good.
I like how Logic prepared this idea by placing the queen on c1. So that was an excellent thought by Logic. It's not a common move. I don't think the queen is standing particularly well on c1, but the idea is good. He wants to trade the g7 bishop to make Michelle's king weaker. Knight g4 seems to be a great response. The evaluation bar is not that happy about it. I wonder if there's, the pawn on d5, because the concept was good.
Right.
To annoy the bishop on h6, but she forgot that by moving the knight, the d5 pawn is now vulnerable and hanging.
Right, exactly. So if we pull this up, she played knight g4 attacking the bishop. If the bishop takes the bishop, and then Logic immediately punishes that mistake, the whole thought process in chess goes like this in this position. And although what's happened, okay, so we got bishop takes. The whole thought process goes, should I take the bishop? No. So what should I do? Okay, knight g4 attacks the bishop. The bishop takes me, I take back. Okay, cool. I'm going to play the move. But you made a mistake. You didn't think what they were going to do on that next move. You just stopped it at, okay, I just take back. And when you've moved your knight, you have to think, what did my knight use to guard? And you take that for granted sometimes, and you forget about it. And now the problem is, it's Logic's move. He's got all the time in the world to go, oh, that's nice, and take it.
Yes, I believe these are some of the more common mistakes because the pawn was all right before the move. That's why it's so important to always analyze what changes in the position when you move that piece. What is it that it's no longer guarding? And in this case, logic spots it, captures the pawn on d5.
Exactly. Exactly. And I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop.
Uh-oh.
No, the bishop.
Bottas Gambit. This
Oh my
was
god!
a different type of Bottas Gambit.
Oh!
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece. It was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Yeah, it's the bishop in the corner of the board. You know, the truth is blunders like these really
Oh,
suck
no.
because you have like 2 or 3 learning moments. She actually played the opening beautifully. Like literally, I mean, she got everything you could have you can ask for with the Sicilian. That stage of the game is good. Now, here you got to go, all right, before you take, just look around, look in the corners, especially from long range, right? We can't forget where the bishop went. It went c4, a2.
Yeah, it feels like in this game, in both games, the bishop's movement, and in the first game, that bishop on f4 that could have helped Michelle's queen out, and in this case, the bishop on a2, hiding and attacking the d5 pawn, then eventually guarding the d5 knight. Michelle has forgotten about those 2 pieces in these 2 games.
Actually, that's a very good point. In fact, not only is it a very good point, it's the equivalent amount of space. Right?
Oh.
So bishop
I didn't even realize that.
So it's 4 squares and it's from crisscross, and that's just the blind spot. And the good news is if you fill that blind spot in, first of all, I'm just going to say this to everybody watching. It is much better to be a chess beginner. Do you know why? Because you have the world to learn. You know, Anna and I, we want to get to GM. 25 moves of deep theory to get a plus 0.2 position, struggle for 6 hours, get a stomachache, and maybe win the game. You know, for you as a beginner, you've got the world. You make these bad blunders, and then you
I
learn.
would love to be a beginner again. I would love to enjoy learning that much and being able to improve that much. You're right. We are stuck on a level because it's a pain to try to move
It's awful.
forward.
It's awful. Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears? Okay, maybe not blood, but you know, chess is not that violent. But you know, sweat and tears went into getting the IM title. It's insane. It's tons of work that goes into this, and all that guy. You know, all they want to know in chat. Hey, you guys working on GM? Hey, the other guy's GM. You gonna be GM? It's like no, you don't understand. It's a lot better to be a beginner. You have the
I agree.
world. You could
Fully agree.
sandbox. Just so relish in it, chat. Enjoy your time. Let's see how logic converts this position.
Queen up for logic as in the previous game, and in this case, unfortunately, it's only a knight, a minor piece that Michelle has for the queen. That Bottas Gambit was a painful one, more painful than the previous because she had a choice. Her queen wasn't tagged, and she wanted to take that piece on d5. She thought it was a free piece.
Yeah, and I think logic now will even play rook e1. Look at this. I mean, he's clinical. There's only one word to describe play like this, and it's clinical. And that's
He's playing extremely well. No mistakes at all. There have been slightly imprecise moves in the opening because he doesn't know the openings that well, but everything else he does is a much higher level than his rating.
h4 is a very fancy move. I'm not sure it's completely necessary, but of course, if he combines that with g4, hey, it worked last game, right? It worked last game. Ooh.
Yes.
Well, he'll see that. I hope he doesn't play g4 and lose his queen. But I think logic, if logic plays queen c7, I'd be very impressed. Unless he just goes back to d2.
It's a doable move on his level. I feel like queen c7 would be a move he spots. He might consider it. Or queen to g5. I think he might want to keep the queen near the king.
The thing is, if you just get in here, and this is again when you're the only one on the board with the queen, and it's not even close. It's not like rook, bishop, knight, 4 pawns for a queen. It's just a queen just hanging out. Get in there, like it's the most powerful piece you got. Might as well go hunt and keep that.
Queen c7.
Logic knows it was the only forward movement he had, with the exception of Queen G5, like Anna pointed out. So he finds it. Good man. Clinical, logical,
Very
and
strong move.
clinical.
Logical and clinical, very strong moves by Logic. And that was a very unfortunate blunder by Michelle earlier, giving up the queen on d5. But a reminder that at that point, Logic was already up a pawn and the position was getting better for white. So it even without that blunder, he started taking the initiative in that moment.
Now, the hardest part about this position, you can't guard the knight, so you got to move the knight. You can't create a stronger threat. Your only safe knight move is here and here. Knight d8, and now white can just feast on the pawns. It's like not even. Of course, rook e1 just also trades the rook.
Rook e1 would be a very strong move, but also queen takes a7 is very logical, as you said, to collect the pawns on the queen side and create a passed pawn. It will take a mouse slip, unfortunately, at this stage for the game to turn, but we have seen mouse slips on the highest levels too, so it's not impossible.
Anna, we're not hoping for Logic to have another mouse slip.
I'm just saying that's the only chance, and that's still a chance. That's why I always tell everyone in my community and to the Pogchamps students to never resign. And maybe at some point, if you feel like, okay, there's absolutely no chance any longer, yes, but until then, fight and see if your opponent keeps making strong moves. Test them.
Yes, and Logic, clinical move again. Plays a move rook e1 and knight defends rook. Honestly, like this guy's for real. I think what'll hold Logic back ultimately is that opening preparation, because those 11, 12, 1300s in the field, they are going to get that prep. And all those coaches in the event are backed. I was going to say VC backed. They got the whole, they got Sardoche has like the whole country of France. He's getting trained by the best player in France. MVL is training him. Blitzstream.
Is he also training him? I thought it was Blitzstream. MVL2 is training him.
Yes, I know he's training him because he was doing a lesson, I think, yesterday with Nemo, and he said, oh, MVL told me this was good. I was like, excuse me?
Ooh.
What is this?
Okay, then I'm gonna be very even more rewarded when I'm looking at that clip back and forth. He said on his stream that I'm the best Pogchamps coach.
You?
MVL?
Oh, yes. wait. Who said what?
Sardoche, apparently, it was in French, but Sardoche said something like, Anna is the best Pogchamps coach, because I coached Nico and Nico put up a huge fight against Sardoche. So he credited me for all that when it's Nico. It's Nico and her creativity, the way she fought. But yes, since that match, he considers me one of the best coaches. Knight to g5. While we are talking about coaching, we thought that this game wouldn't have turns, but that rook on e1 is no longer guarded.
Yeah, rook takes rook is just straight up a rook. Rook takes rook.
We shall see it. She is drawing an arrow toward that rook, and it helps to visualize that yes, you can take it, and then the king goes to h2.
Michelle, just take the rook. Michelle, you don't have to calculate it. It's rook takes rook. Oh, that's the thing, right here. Great moment. Just take it. Don't even. It's free rook. Boom.
Yes, it doesn't matter what happens afterwards. You won the rook no matter what happens afterwards with the king move.
All right. Well, logic is human after all. Logic is human after all. Now, logic could still blunder with queen e7. Like, it is still possible because you want to go queen f7, just mate. Ooh, that is a back-to-back clutch move by Michelle.
It is chasing the knight away. We were discussing this also at one of our sessions, that you want to chase away the opponent's most active pieces. You want to chase them away or trade them so that they cannot be annoying your king and your pieces. So it's a great move by Michelle to make the knight retreat.
Yeah, fantastic. Otherwise, she was just going to get completely run over there. So great stuff from her. Now, Logic's got to bring bring the knight back. And they are both so low on time, by the way. 2 versus 1.
About a time control reminder in case you are just tuning in, it's 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. So there's a 5-second increment per move, meaning that you should be able to gain time at the very end of the game too. But it's not much. 5 seconds, it's not much to think for. Knight to f3, knight e4 would have been somewhat stronger to try to get the queen to f6, but knight f3 does attack the rook.
Yeah, and Michelle's got to realize her rook isn't just like she's got to remember the positioning of all of the pieces, just like she had forgotten about that bishop 1a2. She's got to realize it's under attack and just bring it back to safety, like somewhere, or keep it over there. Just try to take all the pawns. Rook e2, for example.
I think she will go for rook e2 because this is something we've discussed a lot, and we call it Castlemania. When your rook, it's part of Castlemania when your rook is on the 2nd or 7th rank, so that you can start attacking and capturing the opponent's pawns and attack their king too through the 2nd rank. I think that's certainly a move she will consider, but she's really low on time. Rook e2.
Yeah, and the thing is, she just had the arrow to that square for 40 seconds. And she didn't move. She had the arrow. I know, we don't have to. We had it on. Well, she's drunk. Just have that confidence. My rook's under attack. Okay. Because now the problem is, how much time does she have? 27 seconds is not enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
if he goes here,
she's nervous for the
I go
time,
here.
for sure.
If he goes,
no,
indicate any of this pin.
The queen.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But she sees those ideas on the king side. Rook f2.
Oh my god.
Michelle is like, I'm telling you, she's the embodiment of like all people who are honest with themselves when learning chess as beginners, as adults. Like
if he goes
the
here,
nerves, sky high.
Here.
Yeah, she's extremely
What do I do
nervous.
then? Here. He takes. Shoot.
But I like that she's planning ahead. She has
Oh my
been
god, I don't know what to
practicing
do if he
this
does
too,
that.
to plan ahead, especially when you're low
What do I
on
do
time.
if he
You want
goes
to
here?
use your
What do I
opponent's
do if he goes
time
there?
to figure out what's going to happen. Queen to
What do I
d6,
do?
a good move by logic, attacking the knight on f4 so that Michelle cannot just go and
Shoot!
capture the pawns. She has to pay attention to the hanging knight. She's so low
Okay.
on time.
Oh my god, I need to think.
Yes.
I need to move my knight somewhere safe.
Just move it to e6 or h5.
Okay, I'm just gonna move it here so it's safe.
You know what else? I actually think that the availability square thing should
Probably
be
not
off.
the best
How about
move,
that?
but whatever. Okay.
That's an interesting one. Just so you could see it yourself.
Oh, now we can't move here. Okay, so I continue here.
Correct?
Right. He goes here.
Wow, this
Oh,
is crazy. They both have less than a minute. They both have less than a minute, and he's gone in with knight e5. But if she takes the pawn, it guards f7.
It does. 7 seconds left for Michelle.
Michelle, just
don't
go!
fight. Michelle, move.
I feel
Michelle.
like I'm missing something.
Oh
Oh,
my-
no!
Oh no, she has
No,
run out of
Michelle!
God
time.
damn it, the time!
Oh no.
Michelle! No, Michelle! Michelle! Oh, I feel her pain. I
Yeah,
feel her
just
pain.
when she was almost back in the game. Of course, this is still a queen up for logic, but at least at this stage she has a rook for it, and she was gonna capture on f2. So it's not as desperate and lost as it was before. Of course, the queen up is still a winning advantage, but it's not a clear-cut win for white.
No, by no means. Actually, after rook takes f2, there's definitely chances. But the thing is, it's chances based on potentially our vision of the position. Whereas if you play rook takes f2, you might think, oh, I'm blundering something. And if you have blundered before in the game, you're a lot more tentative. So it makes sense, but it's very important to build on these mistakes. You're going to make mistakes when you're first starting out in the game, but now you can't make those same mistakes again. And that is how you add layers. But for now, we're going to take a break. We're going to get the players into our call, and we'll talk to them both. Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We'll be right back.
How do you find your chess style? Just whatever I get taught, that's all. I don't have like a signature move or anything, it's just whatever the fuck I was taught. Thanks to the resub Titanius and the tier 1 type fun. Though I do like to imagine that I'm the only man left playing Accelerated Dragon, the last of my kind. I don't see it very often. Though I know I'm wrong, I'm sure it's popular. You're on the chess channel? Hey! Ever watched the Mortal Kombat trailer? Nah, not yet. Your special move is the 6-move checkmate. Yeah, but it's only a special move if you make a catastrophic fuck-up. Like, it's not exactly, like, a reliable strategy. That line only works if your opponent just, like, overdoses and makes a huge mistake. Thanks to tier 1 Richard Adams, and the resub Hayden. No, I haven't seen it, Grip. I just went and got all the mail and shit too. I'll check again, but it might just not be here yet. I really appreciate it though. Thanks to the Prime Cynic. Why don't you have a chess spot? I don't know, man. They can't contain my intellect in simple computers. The technology isn't there yet. That would be my guess. Am I watching the Mars landing? Man, does it look like I'm watching the fucking Mars landing? I'm staring at Mr.Beast's smiling face here. I'm focusing. Thanks to the Prime Chair. Thanks to the anonymous gift sub. I don't know if that's actually you, man, but I remember last time you and I talked, you were not that mature. So I don't know if that's actually you. Thanks to the resub Hyper. And thanks to the tier 1 Dreamweaver. Side bet with Mr.Beast. I'm not gonna go so reckless as Ludwig and go for a fucking 10k chuck at this. That's so risky. Mr.Beast is sound. Like, he is good. Like, I think Mr.Beast is good. Especially for being, like, pretty untrained. Like, the guy's got a good sense for the game. I'm definitely not doing a fucking 10k side bet. Thanks to the resub Snuggle and the gift sub Angry Birds. The rover landed. That's what I like to hear! Woo! Good, yeah! That's good. Ah, pour one out for perseverance, baby. Thanks, Nambi. Is there life forms detected on Mars? How the fuck am I supposed to know? Wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk sent like a vial of his cum up there or something when he threw his car into space or whatever, but other than that, probably not. Probably C2. Lelouch played chess like shit. Moving your king immediately? Ridiculous. Thanks to the resub Palo and tier 1 Iconic. And no, not right now, Malcolm. Thanks to the resub Mimyo. I still think, and Elon, you're welcome to use this idea if you want. I still think what we should do as a species is send like a giant, like, rocket into space that's nothing but a bunch of different semen, and then have it blow up in space and just go across the entire galaxy and see what happens. See if we can cultivate life from a distance. I think that would be a really cool strategy. It would give us something to hunt for. It'd be like Pokemon. I don't know if it would work because I think it'd freeze, but like maybe a couple of soldiers make it. I think that would be genius. Like if I was a supervillain, that would probably be how I'd do it. That's how Groundhog Day starts? What the fuck bootleg version of Groundhog Day did you watch? What? Groundhog Day is where he's trapped in the same day. That has nothing to do with like a fucking missile exploding human DNA in space. That I remember.
Welcome back, everyone. We're joined now by both Logic and Michelle. Logic, want to start with you. Your impressions, these two games, how you feeling? And also, why are you so low? Why are you so low, Rainn, man? You're like 1,500 strength. Knock it off. Cut it out.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet of you. It's because I play a lot of games drunk at night. So, and I be hitting hella rematches that I probably shouldn't do in an inebriated state. Also, I look like a tomato. I don't know what's going on with my camera. No, but Michelle played fantastic. It was super fun. You know, it never felt like it was just easy, nothing like that. She played great. Yeah, I mean, I had a blast, and I want you to know you're a great player. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I learned so much playing both of those games. I felt so many face palms during both of them. I didn't even realize in the second game how close to the end on time I was. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Anna, we felt Logic, no disrespect, but we were the two kind of primary coaches with Michelle. We didn't know who to root for. And that first game, it seemed like you really like you found this knight a5 idea to kind of trap her queen. Did you think the queen was trapped, or did you see queen takes pawn to survive, or did you think you had trapped it?
I kind of thought I trapped it, and it worked out. I don't know. I just felt like it was the right move. A lot of what I play is like more intuition, definitely, you know, theory and lines and learning stuff, but sometimes you just feel it. So I was like, hey, if I move here, maybe everything will be all right. So that was I think the difference in that game, what gave me the advantage there.
Your intuition is indeed brilliant because even if the knight jump doesn't trap the queen, so queen takes c7, I think, Michelle, you figured that later that you could have saved the queen.
I did.
Even after saving the queen, Bobby, you can take the bishop afterwards without a trade on c7. So this is a tricky position because if you trade queens and queen takes, bishop takes, then the knight on a5 is hanging and the bishop on d3. So both minor pieces are in the air. But
oh, my bad. You guys are talking about that. I'm messed up. I thought you were talking about a different position, and I can see it now. Yeah, for sure. I was like, in my head, I knew that. Oh wow, I guess she could.
Well, the crazy thing here is you just don't take. Your knight is guarded with something called X-ray defense. So the queen, through your queen, guards the knight, and you just stay cool and just take the bishop, and that's it. Like you're up your piece, and it's all good. And we were like,
that's crazy.
If Michelle finds this, will he find it? And we didn't know. And the same for Michelle. A couple moves like earlier, she played queen takes pawn, but if she stayed patient for a move, there's still this idea. And yeah, I mean, that's just, I guess the follow-up for you, Logic, was going to be you. I don't know if freestyling in the opening is kind of your thing, because you sort of just get to a position and then you get to work. Is that a conscious effort? Because I really think that if you add a little bit of prep, like your instinct is crazy good. You made one blunder, but that's fine in the second game.
With the rook, yeah, that was gnarly, honestly. And sorry, I'll answer that. In the second game, hold on, I have it up over here. When when she had her knight on d8 next to her rook on the e file.
I can go for.
I feel like I should have just started taking her pawns and just gobbling up that whole side, which would have then given me advantage to be able to deliver much more checks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I was kind of down for like a trade-off, and then she didn't do it immediately. And then I was like, damn, she was playing great. It was awesome.
Thank you. It was so much fun to play.
Michelle, you were so ready for these games. You memorized all the opening ideas that we have taught you, because it's one thing that we show it to you, and the other is that you need to remember the ideas. So you did very well in the opening phase. Do you think in the first game when you went Queen B3 and after Bishop takes F3, was it that you felt like Queen takes B7 was even a winning chance? Because in that moment you were very confident, and I recalled that we were talking about the create a bigger threat. You said it yourself on your stream. Did you think that after Queen takes B7 the rook was hanging too? I was curious about your thought process there, because it would have been a very strong move if it wasn't for Knight A5.
I know. After I made the move, I realized, oh my gosh, the knight isn't there to be in between both pieces. So I realized, I was like, I felt at that point that was the big blunder, that I just went for it without double checking everything. And then I guess like in that mindset, when he moved the knight, that's why I didn't even see C7 at all. All I saw was Queen takes back. I didn't even see the bishop.
Well, he also threw in pawn takes C4, which was just a brutal move, because then the bishop guards backwards. That was the trickiest thing ever. I was like, and it looks like you could just take, and you were drawing it, and we were like, and then you saw this, and I'm like, man, this guy just so sharp. And then I think you took this, and now this is under attack. And here, Bobby, you thought for a while, and you found this, and it was just, this was a really clean sequence. And then here, white has to be super refined with the results. But yeah, Michelle, we were agreeing. It's very much a mindset thing, because once you're already like here, you kind of think you've like blundered, but it's not the case at all. You're totally still in the game. And yeah, Queen takes C7, and then we thought, you know, you would think the queen is trapped, and then Queen takes rook, and it doesn't make sense. But that's kind of this ridiculous pattern. Bobby, you've never seen Knight A5? You just came up with that like over the board?
Yeah, I just saw it. I was like, that'd be a vibe. You know, I was
That's
like,
sick.
that'd be pretty cool. So I just thought it'd be fun to play it. Sorry if I sound like using the best chess language right now.
That's fine. It's a vibe is actually going to be added to the FIDE rulebook handbook. I love it. Oh, that was a lot of fun. And I guess I'm gonna just follow up, because I'm not sure you mentioned it, but are there any plans to get a base of openings for you to do some openings prep? I know you mentioned Joe Bruin, because I feel like if you just add those openings, 1400 could be right there.
Thanks. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a certain, you know, I like different openings, but I like the Italian school. So I kind of know that line. Then after that, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess you know what it is. I'm gonna be real, man. I like to have fun. And if fun means I lose some games because I'm not beating myself over the head, then so be it, you know, because I've done that a lot. I've done that with music. I've done that with acting. I've done that with like these different things that I do love and I'm obsessed with. But I find that when I make it like so much of a lesson, like, and I have to sit down. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I 100% love learning chess. I do love sitting down. I do love taking the time, but I don't want to do it to the point that it's not fun. Does that make sense? So, and what's fun for me is to kind of sit down with an opponent, know some things, know theory, understand, definitely analyze my games, look back, face people who are definitely challenging, but I kind of like, you know, freestyling a little bit and just having a good time. I don't want to be like this Arnold Schwarzenegger computer guy. I just like having fun, man.
Michelle, how do you see the event? This was very insightful, Bobby. Thank you for sharing your mindset with us. And I was curious about Michelle's mindset, because you came into this competition as your challenge accepted mission. So you only started chess a few weeks ago. Can you remind the viewers what your challenge is about and how are you feeling about it now?
Yeah, basically I started learning chess a few weeks ago, and just trying to see how much I could learn, grinding every day. I have a lot more to learn, but I learned so much today playing against Bobby. Such pleasure. Also, big fan of your work. So yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that like mindset is everything. And I've learned a lot listening to you as well today. and your mindset on everything and just having more fun.
Honestly, that was fantastic. I think, frankly, a lot of people who are going to watch this event enjoy it because they kind of see that growth, they see the trajectory, they see the learning process, and at the end of the day, we're not here to take ourselves too seriously. We are here to have fun. So, but having said that, I'm sure everybody's going to get back to the drawing board because you both obviously have matchups still to go in the group stage, and then ultimately in whichever brackets you end up in. So. Before we sign off, just want to say thank you. This was great. The games were great. Going to learn from them, and I feel like the interview was even more wholesome. So thank you to both of you, and good luck in your third matchup.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Good luck.
And we do have our first result there. Logic takes the matchup 2-0 against Michelle.
Well, what a wholesome match and what a wholesome interview. Both of them are such wonderful people, and I could just be listening to them the whole time. I wanted that interview to go on forever because we get to see their insights, their mindset, their mentality about not just chess, but I feel like that's a philosophy of life, what Logic has told us about, and how the most important is that you enjoy what you do. You enjoy the process and you don't focus that much on the outcome to such extent that you forget that you should still be having fun, even if you want to play well and perform well.
He's absolutely right. I mean, there's honestly no better way to describe it than what he said. I think a lot of people can learn from that. We sometimes get a little bit too intense with the chess study process and the ups and the downs. And a lot of people even have anxiety. They have ELO anxiety. They don't want to get back into the pool if they've already hit a certain mark. And he's just doing this because he likes to play, he likes to learn things, and if he loses, he doesn't mind. And frankly, we all could kind of benefit from that security if we listen to Logic. So on that note, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will preview and then start the next matchup of the day between Mr.Beast and Moist Critical. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, where did Abby go? Where did Abby go? Whoa! Bongo Cat's got an upgrade, dude.
So then I said, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm flattered that you love chocolate, but I'm here strictly in a professional... What's wrong with him? He thinks you're naked. My shell is brown. It just looks like my milk chocolate is showing. Only a fool would think I'd actually show up naked.
So it's that kind of party. Hit it. I'm sexy and I know it.
Fly me to the moon and...
Oh, I know that one. That's the Wisp song, that is. Well, it's actually the Frank Sinatra song, but I'm gonna call it the Wisp song. That was a Wisp video. I know Wisp. He's nice. We like Wisp. Wisp. I don't need to what? Why have I got so many notifications on Twitter? Why has Connor Eats Pants added me in a tweet? Thanks, Connor. Connor has tweeted at me, Twitch chat. He tweeted at me. He said this image.
You hear me? I'm sending you back to hell.
Back? Hope you like hell, you loser. I'm gonna dare her to kill us. We are the
People make glass
paranormal bad boys. That's right, we're controversial.
No, fast.
Are we controversial?
I'm not here to judge you, I just want to know why. Spank us on the bottom. Of course I'm here to judge.
Look, Connor tweeted at us this image. And this terrifies me.
Black is the brooding bad boy. Green is the clown and yellow, well, she's the girl. So what are you supposed to be?
Blue.
I'm Scottish.
I'm Scottish! No!
Back. Whoa, wait, do that again.
He moved.
Fashion sense. I've thought about what he looks like nude. Not gay though.
They can't hear me because they're listening to Kids Bop. Attitude?
Hi.
Oh.
Welcome back to our coverage of Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We're joined now by the two players involved in the main event of the evening. This is the second time, Jimmy, that you've been involved in a pre-match kind of interview. How do you think this one's going to go? You were with Ludwig. There's a bit of trash talk. Any wagers?
Well, before we get started, can you? So he won his last game. I lost mine. So how does that work? Because I thought I was playing losers. Just to bring me up to speed.
Well, you played a loser last time, but now you're playing Charlie. He did win. Listen, I got to continue. I fill in for Danny, right? So Danny, Ludwig, they got a little bit of a...
Noted. I gotcha. Well, regardless of that, no, it's going to go great. Well, no spoilers, but we got this.
Charlie, we saw you practicing for today's match by playing against Mr.Beast bot on Chess.com. Can you tell us about how the match went against the bot?
It was a real wacky set of affairs. Mr. Bot has been programmed to think unlike any human I've ever met. This bot was pulling out some crazy moves, and that threw me way off. Hopefully you didn't see a lot of the dog shit moves I was making in this game, but yeah, his bot is on another level of goofiness here.
How do they compare when it comes to the Ludwig bot? Ludwig, Mr.Beast bot?
Oh, I don't play Ludwig bot. I'd rather just beat around on the real man there. It's much more fun.
Charlie, there was a moment, I think the only thing that I saw from your stream, I popped in for a second, and you're just sitting there and you look over and someone asked you about a Mars moon landing, or sorry, Mars land, and you're like, I don't know, like, what's going on? Is there something going on Mars today?
Yeah. When I joined, he was talking about launching into space to populate other planets. So you joined at a better time than me.
It went hand in hand, though. It's the same conversation. Yeah, it's a Perseverance, right? It's I think it's Tesla's rover or something that went to Mars today.
I just literally play chess. It's in my username. Fair. It's in Anna's username. We
literally
don't know.
10 minutes ago, the rover landed on Mars. 2 million people were watching on YouTube. It was pretty big.
Wow. We thought that the matchup between you two were gonna be the breaking news of today, but damn, Mars.
I know. Unlucky timing, that damn space travel.
Oh, well, that kind of explains it. That does make sense. I think that this is a bigger thing. Just to explain to Mr. Beast, you play everybody in your group, so probably in a day or two you're going to also take on Code Miko, and gotcha. Then you will determine if you beat Charlie today and you beat Code Miko, you go to the winners bracket. Then you play, I don't know.
Whoa! If I had known that, I would have did what I did last time and learned his first 10 moves.
You can't learn my moves. I'm unpredictable, Jimmy.
I literally would have went through it and watched every game of chess you've ever played.
You'd have to set aside a whole year to watch my games.
All right, or at least your last 100. Darn it. Okay. All right, well, regardless, we'll see how it goes.
What was your preparation like for today, Jimmy? Last time you said that you were playing against your friends' openings of Ludwig, and you prepared with Mr. Gotham as well, present here. How was the preparation for today, if you can say anything about it without revealing too much?
Yeah, well, I thought I was in the losers bracket, so I was like, YOLO, I already lost. now it makes a lot more sense. So I'm just gonna act like I prepared. I got it. We're gonna win.
Calm and collected. I think that's the way to approach it.
I like it. There's two different strategies now at play. Last time it was I studied every game. Now it's like I didn't study, but maybe I did. I don't know. A little bit of mind games. Gentlemen, before we let you go and play, one final sentence to the other. Trash talk. Good luck. What is it going to be? We'll start with you, Charlie.
No trash talk for me today. I'm a huge fan of Jimmy, and I'm looking forward to spanking his cheeks a little red.
Likewise, I loved your video where you ranked garbage trucks. Probably the funniest video I've seen all year.
Are you a fan of garbage trucks? Because if you weren't before that video, I'm sure you are now.
It was very inspiring. I kind of wanted to see which garbage truck came to my house after that. All right. Good luck, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Good luck, guys.
All the best to both of you.
All right, and as we know, we got we just had Mr.Beast here, so obviously we've got to take a look at community outreach. I mean, it's not even close in this competition, and as far as people on Earth that have been massive in community outreach, whichever place a person gets in this event, that percentage of the winnings will be given to the charity of their choosing. There's 16 players, that means 16 charities, if my math is right. Amazing, and you can use the button below the video player to donate. That goes directly to charity. You can also go straight through the chat, but it's moving a bit fast, so definitely check out that button. But don't go anywhere, because when we return, we have the Jesus of Chess versus the Jesus of YouTube. Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6. We'll be right back.
Thanks to the Prime Toe. Son of a bitch! Webcam's not working. Thanks to the Bits Heartless. There we go. Alright, we're back. Hey, and thank you, Ghosty. I am nervous. I always am for chess. Thanks to the Prime. Mikey. The throbbing shall begin. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope we can keep that same energy here. Thanks to the Tier 1 Avi. And the Tier 1 Malkshack. Is this a series or just one game? Best of 3. Thanks to the Prime Azrael and the Tier 1 Sheppa. And thank you, Cactus. You're on the Jumbotron. Hey! It's good to see you all again. Hopefully you've all thought long and hard about my scientific inquiry from the pregame. Thanks to the Prime Noodle. And thanks to the resub Schloob. How good are you at chess? Have you ever heard of a man named Hikaru? I taught him. I was his Ip Man to his Bruce Lee. Thanks to the Prime Nipply and resub Legendary Web. Thanks for the big 5 gift subs, Lumerity. I give you the generosity. And the Prime Jimmy. And the dollar Konai. You turned down the GM title. Yeah. I said I don't need that. I'll come back for it. And then I fucking rode off on my Harley Davidson motorcycle, bandana and leather jacket. Smoking a cig. Actually, Tier 1 Rolla and the Prime Old Boy. And the resub Stinzor. Let you gamble? I'm not gonna enable your fucking addiction. What do you mean? Let you gamble? Yeah, let's gamble. Thanks to the bits, Didi. Thanks for the 5 gift subs again, Ace. Appreciate it, man. No, we can gamble. I mean, you know me. I'm just not putting 10k on the line like Ludwig did, all reckless. Thanks for the big 10 gift subs, Agitator. And the Prime, the guy. How long have you been playing chess? Actively for about 7 months, I would say. There's a tier 1 Grant. I'm climbing. I'm speed running to Grandmaster. We're almost there. We're knocking on the door. There's the Prime Hippo Man and Panis. And Tipoa.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6. We've got maybe the biggest matchup of the day, but frankly speaking, all these matchups are tremendous. All these people are tremendous in their own right, Anna. And Mr.Beast and Moist Critical.
I love the pre-match interviews when we get a chance to talk to the players before the game, and you gave them a chance to trash talk each other, and instead they went the wholesome way. That was absolutely heartwarming.
Yeah, and of course, afterward, I will talk a little bit about, I don't want to sound uneducated because frankly speaking, I started on Twitch and my YouTube experience is limited to about 9-8 months now. And Charlie's been around, oh, I didn't even realize they started. And Charlie busts out the Dutch.
The Dutch defense by Charlie. And wait a second, has he pre-moved his kingside development? Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
What?
I'm pre-moving, baby.
The entire kingside development.
Yep.
Oh my
That's
God.
why those squares are moved with red.
Have you noticed, Jimmy?
Mr. Beast is making actual moves.
Have you seen?
Wow. He lets his
I
chest
hold
do the
the
trash
future
talk.
in my hands.
That's
I've got the
epic.
future in my hands.
Wow. Now, with Mr. Beast,
Page out of his playbook.
Most of what we had checked was D4 C4 for Ludwig because Ludwig mirrors. In this case, Beast goes back to kind of the old classical. I had mentioned that it's better to put the C pawn out to C4 prior to moving the knight out to C3, just a good rule of thumb. But the problem is that this is only bad if Black plays D5 and Charlie is 100% going to play the move D6 because he plays the Dutch, which I don't know, some guy showed him probably.
Some guy called Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky possibly, but Castle Kingside was also part of his pre-move. He, after pushing the pawn to F5, he pre-moved. Oh, you prepared? So, excuse me.
Sorry. I thought I was gonna do a little fourth wall there for the. I didn't know you could see me. Yeah.
Wait a second. Are you also coaching Charlie? Oh.
He has good coaches. He's got, he's got good Soviet, he has Daniel Naroditsky, he has Grandmaster, Lev Aronovich, he's got,
Rozman. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. What I told him is he has to win. I mean, he has 2 Russian-speaking coaches. Like, no one else in the event has 2 Russian-speaking coaches, so.
Does he speak Russian? That's why he chose you too.
No. They just put us in touch. I did a Twitch Rivals with him, Hikaru, and Mr. Llama for Fall Guys. We got last place. No one has to know about that, but now you all do. We got absolutely.
No one is listening. Just a few thousand people.
To quote Charlie, Anna, they spanked our cheeks red for the duration of about 3 hours. So it was it was bad. But Charlie's been forced to play E6 because he got checked. So now he actually might play the move D5.
I'm still so shocked by the fact that Charlie decided to pre-move the first 5 moves after pushing F5. The rest of the kingside development was pre-moved. If Mr. Beast had some pre-move training and he noticed what Charlie was doing, he could have tried to take advantage of the pre-moves.
Yes, that was some savage stuff. That would have been really tragic. Can you imagine if Charlie just got caught with something? My God. But Charlie plays H4. Mr. Beast has played H4. I love it, especially if he gets H5 and then sacrifices. Oh, that's Naroditsky. It's like Naroditsky's own playing style, but being played against Charlie.
And he's smiling, celebrating. He's explaining to himself, to his friends. He's not streaming from what I know, but he is talking to at least himself about this attack on the king side. I agree with you that h4 is a very aggressive, dynamic move with a potential sacrifice after h5. But now after d5, it's time to first react to the opponent's threat. The bishop is hanging.
Very good. And I did say that Charlie wasn't going to do this, but in the one rare exception where bishop c4 gets played, this of course is the best move. So Charlie not just pre-moving the opening, he understands he's already played e6. So if he were to just play d6, which is what he's supposed to do, he would lose the e6 pawn and he strikes back d5. Very principled, blocking out the bishop, and we'll see. We'll see how he continues.
I'm wondering which square will Mr. Beast choose for the bishop. I'm pretty sure that he's considering options for the bishop. h5 would be a bit too confident here to go all in on the attack.
Well, yeah, I mean, h5, you just take the bishop and you go, you good? I mean, I know you like to give money away, but bishops is a different story. This is a very unforgiving loss of a piece here with bishop b5, bishop b3, these moves being possible. Probably b3 is best, and this is actually, again, the reason why those in chat don't play knights. Don't put your knight here. Have a pawn out on c4.
I believe at the Pogchamps level, though, this is still not a bad decision that the knight is on c3 because it's a developed piece. So I think as far as they choose piece development over, for instance, pushing the a pawn, a4, a5, and those type of moves, it's still preferable, and it shows that Mr. Beast understands that he has to focus on developing his pieces. Interestingly enough, for beginners, when you say to develop your pieces, until you don't emphasize that by pieces you mean the knights, the bishops, then castle, then rooks and queen, they think that by pieces you also mean pawns, and we don't really refer to pawns when we say developing pieces. Poor pawns, they are kind of left out of the group.
Yeah, you might say that we are piecist. I don't know, but pawns, yeah, pawns are baby pieces. You know, they can
Baby
evolve.
pieces.
To be honest, someone brought up a great point. Like, we start with pawns to teach people how pieces move. Pawns got like 4 layers. They could promote, they could take and go 1 or 2, like depending on which move it is. They can en passant, like what? Right. So
I know they are brilliant. They are the onions of chess.
right, layers.
So funny, right?
Bishop e2 got played. Anna, just gonna
Bishop retreat. I like it because that bishop could be supporting the idea that he pushes h5. So there's an idea behind that square too.
Yeah, Charlie is playing like he has zero respect for the chess. Like, he respects the videos and the content creation and the changing the world and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, chess is more important than changing the world. So, you know, knight c6 gets played and he's just like, dude, Beast, do your worst. You can't do anything with me, to me with this h5 move. But okay.
Mr. Beast
I don't
with
really
the
have a
kingside
good
attack.
plan right now.
Did he just say he doesn't have a plan? Wait, he just took instantly.
What?
Dude,
he could
this
get
is
checkmated very soon if he continues this way. Charlie,
Actually, this is
danger,
wrong.
danger.
Hey, is the best move knight takes h7?
Not necessarily.
And then bishop h5, pawn h5, and like queen h5? Like, what is
We'll
the
see.
best move here for what? I feel like the best move is f4 or something ridiculous. Like, just holding
Daniel
the knight.
showed me
Just
something
hold it.
like this and I forgot how it goes.
Well, it's basically
I think
chess
it's actually
in a
a
nutshell.
rook sack.
Yep. But in this case, bishop takes. See, he knows it. He remembers, but not super precisely, but he's got it.
I wonder if Mr. Beast will realize that as tempting as it is to capture the knight on h5, oh, well, he goes for it. The knight on g5 is hanging. That's the only issue with this attack.
Wow, look at Charlie. He doesn't even take back. That's beautiful observation there. If Charlie takes that knight, the game's going to end a lot faster because, in my prediction, because the attack is nerfed a little bit. And he sees
And
it
yet
instantly.
it's not that bad if you retreat the bishop to f3 to guard the pawn on g2. So I think the position of white will collapse if you allow queen takes g2 or the capture of the bishop on h5. But as long as you come back to f3 and then castle queenside, that h5 could still be used for Mr.Beast for an attack.
Yes, exactly. There is bishop f3, bishop d2, queen e2. But the thing is, again, you've got to be in that mindset. All right, I got to bring my bishop back. What have I not done yet? My bishop is stuck. So I'm going to get it out. My king's in the middle. I'm going to castle. It's a lot, Anna. It's a lot to manage. And Beast takes his time. He takes his time.
Yes,
So we'll
not
see if he
much
finds
time left. 3 minutes for Mr.Beast. Charlie is still over 9 minutes on the clock. They started with 10 minutes. A reminder on the time control, it's 10 minutes and a 5-second increment per move. I wonder if Mr.Beast will retreat with the bishop first of all. He should avoid that the bishop is captured by the g6 pawn. And if he does come back, will he choose the f3 square or e2? e4, realizing that that creates a discovered attack and he feels good about it. Mr.Beast feeling good about the discovered attack. It could have been a brilliant move if it wasn't for this capture or... Oh, actually, wait.
Bishop f3 traps the queen.
Charlie too blundered. Charlie also blundered.
Yeah.
e4 wasn't the best, but queen takes g2 was not the right reaction.
Yeah, actually, I don't know what the right reaction. Probably f4, just shutting the door on the bishop, but...
It was really complex. I thought queen takes g2 for the first sight.
Oh, I
at
just
first
noticed
sight,
oh my god, my
like
fucking
a good
queen
move,
can
but
be
it's
trapped.
not.
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck, I hope he doesn't see it. Oh, shit.
Oh, man, see, Charlie's problem.
Oh
He's
my
been playing a
god,
lot
I
of
just
blitz.
saw it. Oh, my fucking queen can be trapped. I beelined a little too hard.
He's right. And
trying to play
he's
fast
very
put me in a
sharp.
really shitty spot, if he sees it.
Oh, if he sees it, it's actually not over. It's not over. Sack the queen for the rook, take in the center. It's not over. The Beast has like 1:40.
I wonder if he spots the opportunity that queen is now trapped. Mr.Beast, the underdog in this match, is officially
That's huge.
going for it.
My queen is now trapped.
Wow. Wow. Beast has trapped the queen. Amazing, because he saw his bishop and his rook were under attack.
Damn.
So he's bringing the bishop back.
What an unexpected turn of events. Charlie was very confident, moving the opening, and then queen takes g5. Everything looked great for black. He was playing very precisely up until that moment of e4, which was... Look how exciting Mr.Beast is about winning the queen. Oh.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now Charlie's got to really slow down. Or actually, he might speed up even more because he sees Beast got 1:40. This is not a position a 700 rated player wants to play with 1:40 on the clock. Like,
Certainly
it's not.
Yes.
And
Charlie has a rook for the queen, and Mr.Beast still needs to make sure that he can develop the queen side. The bishop has to come out, the queen to move away, and then castle queen side.
Yeah, definitely Beast finding a beautiful resource there. He's just too diligent with the position.
E3. Strong developing move. I'm still puzzled by what was going on there with e4. As you said, Levi, possibly the best move for Charlie would have been to push the pawn, but that was not an easy response to spot. So e4 overall by Mr.Beast could have been a genius idea because the right way to respond to it wasn't clear. It wasn't obvious.
Yeah,
Mr.Beast dancing a little bit to whichever tune he's listening to and overall celebrating the fact that he is up a queen against one of the top players, one of the highest rated players of the event.
Yes, he is. And Charlie is correctly taking his time. That's what you do. Unfortunately, you're like, damn, I blundered. Let me slow it down real quick. But the thing is that even though you have an extra queen in a position like this, it's going to take your pieces a while to open up the position. And Charlie just plays rook d8. Very good move. Beast got to make a decision fast. His time is ticking.
I wonder if he had planned to move the queen and castle ASAP, but rook d8 is a, a challenging move. It is attacking the d4 pawn, so if you want to try to defend the pawn, you might find yourself in difficulties. Queen d2, I like that he's moving the queen away from the back rank to be ready to castle. At the same time, this d-file could create problems if Charlie takes the pawn.
Exactly. So knight takes d4, bishop takes, and I mean rook there is good. You don't really want to trade too many pieces actually. There is e5 and there's also f4. There's ways to deflect. So you could take and create tricks.
What could also happen is that Charlie takes on d4 with the knight, and if Mr.Beast castles, there's knight b3 check, and the queen will be hanging on d2. Mr.Beast would still be up material, but there are tricks and possible threats due to the discovered attack on the d-file.
Charlie's thinking. Beast at 1 minute and 3 seconds. This man, as Hikaru likes to say, just enjoys making it look as stressful as possible. For some reason, we as content creators, we just love that stuff. I don't know why.
I just had to look up if he's live on any of his channels because he at some point it felt like he's explaining it to an audience what's going on, but maybe it's just for us here at the official coverage of Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6.
Yeah, he does have a Twitch, and also definitely, like for example, Carl, Carl Jacobs, he's involved in a lot of those videos. I believe he's got, I don't know if it's exactly his username. He has a massive channel. That'd be cool if he streamed to Carl's channel. I don't know if that's possible, but we might see that. No, Beast has the tools. He just needs to play a bit faster. And I mean, well, he works all day on creating insane content. So and I can't imagine the amount of work that goes into a video. I honestly can't.
Insane. And as he said, he spends 90% of his time thinking, creating, and posting, uploading videos. And 90% of everything that he does is about content creation. And the remaining 10% is, I guess, free time. And in his limited spare time, he does play chess. He loves playing chess. He plays with his friends, and he also started learning more to be able to take on these challenges. He is in a group with 2 much higher rated opponents. He faced Ludwig in his first match, and now most critical Charlie, another veteran of Pogchamps. Not an easy opponent, but maybe Charlie was a bit too confident at the start. Mr.Beast found a way to trap the queen. That was a brilliant move, bishop to f3.
That was completely insane. And Charlie, I'm sure right now is deliberating the right way to take on d4. If he takes with the bishop, then after the trade, there is a discovered attack on b3. But if you don't see that, and if the king were to castle, it would also be a check. But Charlie also could keep his bishop on the board. He's looking at a lot of different stuff. We've pulled up his screen. He's about to make a move. Oh.
E5 is a tricky one because...
Damn you, Jimmy, I'm fucking confused!
And he ends up pushing e5. I think that's a good choice.
E5's a very good move.
I've taken too much time as is. I don't like that move at all. But I'm playing like a coward.
Wow. Bishop h6. We just saw this by logic. Also, this battery.
And that steps away from a potential pawn fork. E takes d4 was the threat of Charlie, and it wasn't possible to capture the pawn on e5 because then you hang your queen. Another Bottas gambit. We don't want more Bottas gambits today. I think we have seen enough so far for today. We are good. But actually, if we consider queen takes g2 as a semi-Bottas gambit that Charlie trapped his own queen, yeah, today is about the Bottas gambit. We are missing Alex a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult right now for Beast, especially if Charlie finds rook takes d4. It is not easy. You've got to keep the bishop guarded with the queen. And then if Charlie gets his other bishop out, I almost feel like there is no chance for white because white's got so little time. And if the rook gets to d4, you can't castle anymore. But Charlie's suddenly doubting himself. Where's this?
I'm taking too much time.
Where's the confidence? He takes on h6 first. Ah!
This isn't as precise because now the queen on h6 is standing well.
Yes.
And knight to b5. Mr.Beast follows up with yet another strong move, attacking the c7 pawn, and he's ready to castle.
Still, if Charlie just takes a deep breath and plays rook d7 and a6, like, he's fine. But...
that won't work.
Oh, man. Whoa!
He was about to play rook to d5, which would step into a knight takes c7 fork, both rooks hanging.
Charlie, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, Charlie. Wow, he's trying to say whatever you can do, I can do better, but you can't. You don't have a queen. You're not fighting on equal grounds right now. You gotta play defensive. Yes. Rook d7. Drop it right there. Drop it, Charlie. Don't even dare put it back on d8. I swear. Sir, Charles,
Coach Levy coming out.
I mean, come on, man. It's, oh, he's putting it back.
At the same time, if he plays the rook on d7, that's so sad for the bishop on c8.
Oh, Charles, I swear.
I think this is the only hanging piece. So he takes, I have to move.
He does guard it with rook to d7.
God, he's gonna give everyone a heart attack in the chat. I mean, this is, I don't think we have favorites, but you know.
Castle queenside by Mr.Beast. He has just completed his development up a queen, and now that the rook is in the game too, this d1 rook could swing over to the king side.
Oh my gosh, Charlie had to get rid of the knight. He is not fighting on equal footing. Like, he has to get his pieces out. That is the issue. I know we're looking at this from Beast's perspective, so all Beast needs to do is play boop, boop, and get something going. Maybe boop, boop, sneak in here.
Take on d4 now, since the knight has moved away from the protection of the d4 pawn. It's free stuff.
Yes, he plays king b1. So again, it's Charlie's moment. He's got to get the rest of the pieces out. Oh my God. Charlie's going off the deep end. But frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he will not flag. F3.
Pawn takes. He hung mate.
F3 lost d takes c2, and now
he hung the house. Oh, it's done.
Mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right. Fine.
Well, that changed the whole picture. Mr.Beast was winning up until the moment that he pushes f3. If we just roll back what happened in these last few seconds, because everything came out of the blue, f3 hangs the game because of d takes c2. Check, you can't capture the pawn because the knight is guarding it. And next move, rook takes or pawn takes on d1 is going to be checkmate.
Literally. It's wild how that works. Beast was so close. All he had to do was take this way first. And if Charlie took with a knight, for example, look at how big White's advantage is. F3 there, and he just takes, and he's able to activate that bishop.
Yeah,
but,
he had the right idea to activate the bishop, so he must have been looking at f3, perhaps even a move earlier, if you plan something ahead, and he was low on time. So I'm guessing that he had that idea semi-pre-move that you want to free the bishop by pushing f3, but he missed that the threat was d takes c2. He could have taken that pawn just moves ago, a few moments before that pawn on d4 was hanging, and that pawn won the game.
Well, the truth is that if he had a little bit more time, he would have found the move. But chess, in whatever time format it is played, is about efficiently using your time. Super, super, super impressive effort from Mr.Beast. Clutch defense by Charlie. Takes his one opportunity presented to him. And unfortunately for Mr.Beast, it was just a deciding factor. But when we return, we will have the second game between the players. Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We'll be right back.
Move flex, which makes sense. Going this aggro with the queen without really looking at things was a big mistake. Thanks to tier 1, Emil. Thanks, Harold. Thanks to Prime Historia. And the gift sub Dicky Cheese, and resub Schwaza and Crizito. Thanks to the Prime G-Boy. Yeah, I could have won with a rook too. If I had promoted to a rook, it would still be checkmate because it's covered by the knight. Fuck. That was good though, Jimmy. That was good. Yeah, I just read Daniel's message. Yeah, Daniel just said, good. Check your queen placement before taking anything in all caps. And don't pre-move. He hated that. He was not a fan. Exit tier 1 Phrase Rhino and the tier 1 Draco. He didn't like the flex. Exit the Prime Flynn. Thanks, Brick. I was really sweating on that one. Jimmy played like a warrior. A chiseled, greasy warrior. I also never fucking developed my bishop or my other rook. Literally everything I usually do, I did not do in this game. This got real wacky real quick for me. Thanks, Fire. Thanks to the Prime Reverbal, Stinky Monkey, Spartan, and Tier 1 Observance. And Prime Punk. Yeah, I'll be playing some Valheim this week. Haven't seen the new Mortal Kombat trailer yet.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6. And we see Anna, the coach, the prophet, Daniel Naroditsky following along. That's very sweet.
That really is sweet. And Levi, you have revealed that you yourself have worked with Charlie. Actually, I should have remembered because that was on stream too, as far as I know. You have prepared both of these legends, maybe not for today's match, but you have worked both with Charlie and with Jimmy.
Yeah, well, I mean, Beast and I did about an hour of work. He did a collab once with Hikaru on stream way back when. I mean, maybe right around then as well. He played a little bit off stream, both with Hikaru, and he and I just like solved puzzles. I was just talking about puzzle solving with him and just how to like the puzzle solving thought process. And then yeah, we did about an hour, and it went really according to plan. And it was a bummer at the end because we see this a lot. The more experienced player can survive the opening, absorb the punches, and then dish it all right back. So, you know, that poor man is so busy that he doesn't even know he has opponents coming up.
Yes,
Like,
I
just
thought
think
he
about
was
that.
gonna play against someone in the losers bracket, as he referred to. That's coming up later. We're gonna have a championship bracket and constellation bracket, but for now they are still in the group stage.
Yes.
And yes, even though he didn't know he was gonna face one of the highest rated opponents, he showed up. He went for that kingside attack, very creative, original idea by Mr.Beast, and then he spotted the opportunity to trap the Queen of Charlie, which was a turning moment. From then on, Mr.Beast was going to win. It looked like he was on track until that final pawn push when everything just slipped.
We get e4. I wonder if he's going to play the same opening that we did last time. Okay, so this time he just goes for e5. The problem with this and not playing what he played against Ludwig is the fact that Charlie is prepared with the Vienna, and this could be a short game. Charlie got the Vienna from, I don't know, some guy, but whoa, F5!
Is he prepared for F5? This is an anti-Vienna gambit, if we want to refer to it that way.
Well, Charlie's just gonna take, right? Otherwise,
Looked at
Daniel
so many
Naroditsky
Vienna lines, and I've never seen this.
Yeah,
ever in my fucking life.
The thing is, every opening has a spot where you go, I've never seen this. Is it good or is it bad? If I've never seen it, it means it's garbage. I have. So he's got to refute it now, but he might not.
It's not that simple to refute it. The first instinct usually is to take, but if you think that your opponent is playing a gambit he prepared, then you may not be willing to go for it.
Oh my god, I would not want to meet Mr. Beast at the poker table. The thing is that Mr. Beast now has to play knight to f6 or he's losing. So will Mr. Beast play knight f6? Because if he doesn't, you should queen h5 check and it's over. And that's it. And that's it. And that's it. We see it live. I apologize. We have that Charlie up, but will Charlie find queen h5?
Oh, he's about to play knight to f3.
Oh.
Maybe taking was the wrong call.
See, now he thinks he's messed up. But that's why you always look for checks. Just scan the board for a check. Is there one?
If I play this, he's just going to push this pawn.
Oh. Push the pawn?
So that's kind of a wasted move.
Probably look for checks. You're going to get a double Soviet coach beating after this. All right, d4 is a good move too. D4 is good.
Yeah, actually, that's a very strong response too.
Yeah.
The reason why queen to h5 is such a strong move is that the pawn on f5 prevents g6 as a good defense. You will take the pawn on g6, and there's an h5 pin. If we show that for a moment, g6, f takes g6, and the position of black is collapsing.
Yeah, there's everything. You take everything. Of course, you should take what's worth the most. I mean, sometimes you could take a pawn and its mate, but queen h5 would have been very, very good. Okay.
The reason why d4 is strong, I was just gonna add that he still has queen h5, and Mr. Beast realized that the pawn on e5 was hanging, so he's guarding it now with the knight. Good thinking, but it doesn't solve the bigger issue which existed prior to d4.
Yeah, queen h5 is still winning. Of course, even de5, knight e5 is totally winning for white. And he's played it. I think now the best move for black is d4, using that open space, hitting the knight, removing your pawn out of danger, and only then taking back. And I don't know. Maybe Beast will take on f5, maybe e5. What's he gonna do?
I wonder which capture will he go for if he takes any of those pawns. Bishop takes f5 would be the best option out of the captures because that prevents queen h5. But d4, look at you, Levy. You worked with Mr. Beast for an hour, and now he's thinking like you.
Well, by the way, chat, I should say d4 is still losing because of queen h5. But we're just pretending that will never get played. So if you add the little exception that queen h5 cannot get played, because clearly no one's going to play it or concerned about it,
it's a blind spot. Charlie didn't see it when it was possible straight away. Yeah, and then he had a second chance, he didn't see it. Now this is his third chance, but the longer it's there on the board, the more likely that he still will not spot it. It is a blind spot. He's not looking at that queen check.
No, he's not. He's only looking at his knight. I mean, at some point, the more it's there, the more his brain's going to be like, stupid, like, queen h5. And I was like, oh my god, I missed it. Boom. And then you play it. That's how chess brain works. But
now, for instance, he could place the knight on e2, and that will block the queen.
Yes.
There, we could go
Oh,
to each
oh,
other.
I hate that move. Oh, I hate that. Oh, no, no,
Sorry
no, no,
that I
no.
predicted it. It really is not a nice one.
Daniel,
I'm taking so much time. Jimmy's got me fucking flustered, I'll tell you what.
No, he doesn't, Charlie. No, he doesn't. You got yourself flustered. Jeez, I'm... Okay.
I've played like 1,000 3-minute games over the last 3 months, and I've done Vienna in almost all of them. I've never seen someone push this F pawn.
That's for a reason, Charlie. For a reason.
Usually it's either here, a knight, sometimes even a bishop. But I've never seen that.
For a reason. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's actually a lesson for everybody. Like in your opening, you've got to have that moment you go.
Developed at all.
Why has no one played this against me? Is there a reason no one's ever played this against me? What's so bad about this?
And now the position of Mr.Beast is making a lot more sense, capturing the pawn on f5 while developing the bishop, and the king is no longer in danger. So that queen h5 check was an option for Charlie for 3 moves, wasn't played. Now the knight is standing very clumsy on e2, blocking the bishop on f1.
I think Charlie will figure out to move his knight out on the next move. Like even this move where Beast is trying to hit him with this. The problem for Charlie is that now, the problem for Beast is knight d4, and
it's admirable what Mr.Beast has done with this dubious move f5. It actually worked out very well when it comes to making Charlie be insecure about his opening. It's an opening he knows inside out. Mr.Beast comes up with an aggressive and dubious choice, f5, but it ended up working in his favor because Charlie felt like this could have been preparation, perhaps, or at least he didn't find a refutation to it.
And Charlie finds knight takes d4. The pawn was in the line of sight of the knights, and now c2 is guarded, f5 is guarded, and Beast might go, oh, the knight is attacking the pawn. I gotta go c5 to get rid of it, and then knight takes f5 comes in. But maybe he'll move his bishop. I don't know, because I'm not sure.
Someone in Charlie's chat saying, has Levi Roseman not taught you anything? Check captures and threats.
It's different when you play chess in front of 100,000 people, okay? Grandmasters, let's put it this way. Grandmasters have not played chess for that many people almost ever. And meanwhile, we got Turbo Fisto taking on Mr.Beast Real here, okay? We got Turbo Fisto playing chess for 100,000 people. It happens, right? It happens.
It does happen. It does. And to be fair with the players and this position, after knight takes d4, Charlie is better again. It's quite a big advantage when it comes to being up on material. Now he's up 2 pawns already, and the bishop on f5 is hanging. The knight is guarding the c2 pawn, and at the same time he's attacking the bishop on f5.
Beast going for a thought. He's digging into his bag of tricks. I'd love to know what exactly is the protocol. Like what is going on his screen. I don't know if we have like a screen share, if they can see what he's drawing. He is muted, but he's talking, which only makes me think he's like recording this maybe for some sort of video in the future. I don't know.
That would be amazing if he's recording it for an upcoming video.
Charlie's just, to quote Logic, Charlie's just a vibe, man. I mean, Charlie's just a closet of plain white t-shirts, got the tats, got the long hair. I mean, he's a free-flowing kind of spirit.
He is, but he wasn't free-flowing a move ago. So
No.
he was actually not feeling comfortable about his opening, and he thought that Mr.Beast was getting him again. Because, a reminder, Mr.Beast was winning in the previous game. He was up a queen, and Charlie then managed to miraculously come back in the first game. So on the psychological side, I understand that Charlie was not too confident about the opening when he sees a surprise move after a game where he blundered his queen. It all adds up. Psychology is a huge part of chess when it comes to competitions.
Yeah, this is definitely, first of all, I definitely agree with you. I have gone through every emotional range and spectrum in my last few matches of this I am not a GM thing, and it's stressful. You know, truly, it's definitely stressful. I wonder what Beast is thinking about, because truthfully, this thought process doesn't need to be too long. My bishop is under attack. Do I have any checks? I lose my knight. Captures, no. All right. Can I move my bishop or do I guard it? And like that's it. And then you just play a move. It's really hard to evaluate what's best beyond that. You gotta move the bishop or you gotta guard it.
I wonder if it's about the bishop options, whether to retreat it or place it on g4 or queen d7. Queen d7, I think, is a great choice. I was gonna suggest that myself. His position isn't that good because being down on material, but if he speeds up the development with moves like this, queen d7, castle queenside, get that d file, he will have chances again.
Yeah, absolutely. If he castles queenside and Charlie takes a sweet time, like for example, I think Charlie can consider bishop b5, but then black plays c6. So maybe Charlie will go bishop g5. Ah, that's actually a great move to completely cut the castling there. That's an
then
option.
Mr.Beast could block it with bishop to e7. So it's, I think this is still very complex. Even if our evaluation bar was showing quite some advantages,
pin
not
this
that
queen to the
clear
king
cut.
right now, but I can't. The pawn's still there. So let's see.
Exactly.
I play this move. He pushes, and then what? I just have to drop back.
Love that.
Maybe
And
just
then
chase
what?
away this pressure.
Logical decision to chase that knight back.
I think this, I didn't really look too hard, but I think this is just a castle.
Okay, a3 is perfectly reasonable.
Or maybe he wanted to protect the bishop.
Beast going for a think there.
He shouldn't think for too long. He's down to 3.5 minutes.
Right, so what are we going to get now? It's a very tense moment here. Just move it back. No need to get too creative.
Oh, I don't win on this. Oh, I just noticed. Oh my god, I fucked up.
But
whoops.
The thing is,
I just noticed a big flaw.
Let's see what big flaw is he noticing, because there that could be just a ghost.
Yeah, it's not that he messed up. Well, Beast, the thing is, Beast also just went all in, and yeah, knight takes knight here. And that's, yeah, Beast, I told him, I was like, you go to war sometimes without developing all the pieces. And this is, you know, that's the thing. Chess is a very unforgiving game. It's, your bad habits catch up to you, especially if you don't actively try to, like, improve them. And Anna, having said that, if knight d4, c5.
I was gonna say, it's not that simple to counter this. Charlie is up a piece, but in order to keep the piece, he has to find bishop d2. Best move.
Charlie's definitely sharp. Also, I know Ludwig's watching, so listen, just wanna give him a shout out. We've got a really exciting matchup coming up in Group D, not today, but in a few days. Charlie Moist Critical taking on Ludwig, and Ludwig, got a lot of love for you, man. Don't watch earlier in the VOD.
Certainly nothing happened earlier, Ludwig. It's absolutely,
Yeah,
nothing to worry about.
Nothing happened. Listen, let's do another collab at some point, man. It was a lot of fun. And
but yeah, what a group. Ludwig going up against Charlie soon, and it's looking like the two of them will move on to the championship bracket from Group D. Although Charlie was in danger in game 1 today, right here, right now against Mr.Beast, he was down a queen.
Yeah, that was insane. I really want to, and we can definitely tie together Logic's mentality with Beast's mentality, right? Like the having fun and not caring too much result-wise, want to learn the game in the free time, but damn, yeah, that's a great philosophy. I like it.
Unfortunately, after the trade for Mr.Beast, now the position is becoming simpler and simpler. And when you're down material, you should try to avoid it. You should try to keep as many pieces on the board to create chances. H5 seems to be a trademark of Mr.Beast. He pushed H4 in the previous game, and now he's going for H5. It's not as good here. In game one, it made sense to attack on the king side with the pawn push. Here, he should really focus on the development of the pieces on the king side. The knight and the bishop are still stuck on the back rank, not allowing the rook on AJ to develop.
Yeah, he's inspired. He's played these Alpha Zero style moves, H4, H5. The problem is that Charlie's very, very solid here, and I think Charlie wins this one by bringing out his bishop and then, you know, going rook D1, rook E1, and he's got the red carpet here for the pawn, just walking straight down the board as well.
And it was a central pawn that decided the previous game. I wonder how much of that will be again the theme now with the e-pawn. Knight to g5, threatening knight f7 fork.
Hey, how many times have Ludwig and Charlie played each other? Steph, we have a way to do it. I don't know. What is the head-to-head score? They've definitely played beyond Pog 1, right?
Oh,
So
absolutely. They played just a few weeks ago against each other to a mini match of different time controls.
Yeah, we have a way to do it. I don't know how to pull it up like on the fly, but someone will let me know. I'd love to know that. That is epic.
And if bots count, because the Ludwig bot is out there. Try to defeat it, everyone watching. Do let us know if you have played against Ludwig's bot. And Mr.Beast bot as well. We saw Charlie practicing for today's match, warming up against the Mr.Beast bot.
Bishop c4, bishop e6 right now from Charlie. Charlie's got to go, man. Like he's a little bit too tentative. I want to see pre-moving 5 moves in a row, Charlie. I mean, that was alpha behavior.
Punished for it. I think he's taking a lot longer because in that first game where he pre-moved the opening, he lost his queen 5 moves later. So it's okay to sometimes slow down. Maybe now he's doubting himself too much. It's not a good sign if he's doubting himself so much when he's up a piece. E6, great move.
Did he hang a queen when pre-moving? No. So clearly it was a flawless strategy, right? I mean, you know, causation or whatever. Correlation does not imply causation, but he pre-moved 6 moves and he didn't hang a queen, then he stopped and boom, right? So
I would still not recommend this to anyone to pre-move your opening unless it's a bullet game. Bishop b4, again, a very strong move. The rook now has to drop back to e8. That's the only way you can hold on to the bishop on f8.
yeah, now Charlie's rolling. Charlie's absolutely rolling. Bishop b4 is great.
What a different picture this game is painting to game 1, where Mr.Beast was very close to beating one of the highest rated players, and now Charlie is showing the kind of chess we expected from him. Full domination, up material, up on time. He's continuing with strong forcing moves. I wonder if he's going to take now on f8, or will he play knight to f7, for instance? But I'm pretty sure that either way, he's going to follow up with yet another forcing move or develop the bishop from f1. There's too many good options.
It's a lot of good options, yeah. But he's gonna have to move his bishop and his rooks. Like if he doesn't move his light scored bishop or one of his 2 rooks.
What if I brought my knight over? Nah, it's not very good.
Right? Fascinating insight here from Turbo Fisto. Voice Critical Penguin 0, you know.
I don't know if I just take the bishop.
I don't know either. You know, Charlie also had a TikTok with a different name.
And I was going to do it.
I forgot what his name. There was Shade in it or something. He has so many names.
I know, he's a man of many skills and trades and many names at the same time. He does end up trading on f8. and then follows up
Let's
this
activate
idea
another
with,
piece.
yeah, good thought to develop the bishop. The
There it
pawn on
is.
f2 is hanging, but since he's
Yeah.
up a piece, it's not the end of the world that he misses it.
No, definitely not. Well, credit to Beast. Sharp finds it immediately.
He's down to 30 seconds now, though, so he has to hurry up.
How iconic is it that Charlie has 6 wins over Ludwig and Ludwig has 9 wins over Charlie? Like, how iconic is that? Like, you couldn't ask for a better head-to-head score.
Wait, 6 wins for Charlie, 9 wins for Ludwig.
Correct.
Any draws, or are we not counting those games?
No,
So
it's
they
just
have never made a draw.
No, they never made it. It's just a nice record.
Wow.
I don't know. It's just,
Wow.
yeah, very,
I'm
very.
impressed. I was kind of hoping that after the 6 wins, you pause and stop, and that's all. Hello, everyone watching Ludwig's channel too. But no, a very impressive overall score. What's not so impressive is this rook move, unfortunately, for Mr.Beast, because that square is guarded by the h2 pawn.
Yes, although Charlie could try to play rook f8 mate. Whoa! All right, Daniel Naroditsky somewhere just shut off his stream. Daniel Naroditsky can be seen driving around the streets of Charlotte, calling Charlie on the phone. Like, are you kidding me?
But Mr. Beast is losing on time. He made a move with 1 second on the clock.
He did, but he's in deep trouble.
Another pawn is promoting.
Yeah. Well, it's
clutch defense though. Knight f6 still guarding the e8 square. Now the knight and the rook are controlling the promotion square.
It's very close. It's very close for Charlie. The win is almost in his hands.
He missed that hanging rook though. Those kind of mistakes will be not this forgiving in the championship bracket.
No, definitely. I mean, rook e6 and Charlie just getting there with the bishop, just getting there and Beast. Oh, Beast is he's really keeping us on the edge of our seat here with the time.
I love that he keeps smiling though. He's down to 1 second, almost loses on time, and then he's back with a smile.
Yeah, Charlie's just got to keep focused here. It can be really difficult to play people who have 5 seconds. Because it's like nonstop. And boom. Like right now, rook c6, best move. Take the pawn with check, he misses it. Attacks the rook. Beast got to see the rook is under attack.
3, 2, 1.
Beast! Oh, back to that square! Oh, and he took it this time.
Oh, he takes it.
I think that might be it. Now Beast is still firing off moves.
Oh, he's threatening c4.
Yep. Charlie can take. Yeah, now the rook's getting out of there. He's kicking the rook out.
2, 1, 0.9 seconds when Mr. Beast made his final move, g6.
Clean. Rook e7 is going to happen now. Oh, king c7. Okay, that's just... And there it is. Beast resigns the game, and Charlie, an emphatic...
What a game!
Fashion. Oh, got the dogs.
Thanks to the Prime Fire and resub Ikaku
Dogs
Turbo.
celebrating. They were watching. They're like, oh, go, Dad. Charlie's got 2 dogs, unless he's added to the family. But big win for Moist.
But it wasn't an easy match. It wasn't as clean and dominated as we would have expected from a higher rated opponent. So we're gonna return after a break with the players and their thoughts on this very exciting clash, including game 1, where Mr. Beast was up a queen against Charlie.
Yes, he was. We're going to talk to the players when they get back into our call. It's a short break, and we'll be right back.
No, I can't do it. No, okay, I'm not doing it now. I'm not doing it. They threw me on Chess.com. Sorry, guys, I'm supposed to be doing... I have a 1 million channel point reward queue for impressions, and I have to do Obama, Cutie, and Hikaru. And I'm not doing it in front of this. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it in front of 80,000 people. It's embarrassing. I don't do a good Obama. I'm not going to do my Obama. It's going to be... I don't want to farm ha-has today. I want it today to be a good day. I don't want to farm them. I don't want to farm them. I'm not... Okay, If you guys give me a wall of Pogchamps, maybe I can try an Obama. I can maybe do a Hikaru. I could do a Hikaru. Hikaru's not bad. We could do a Hikaru. Hikaru, I feel like I've done so many Hikaru impersonations, though. I'm doing one right now, even. Just repeating the same idea. Reinforcing it. Okay, all right, we'll do a Hikaru. Hold up, let me just do a little bit of research. R&D. Reinforcing it. Oh, he's not even there. Okay, all right. Okay, this is the perfect time to do it. This is the perfect time to do it. Okay, okay. Ludwig. Ludwig, well, I actually really like, well, if we think about Ludwig's game, he's probably a favorite. Yeah, Ludwig's probably a favorite for this tournament. Yeah, well, yeah, Ludwig's probably a favorite for this tournament. That's just Hikaru. That's how Hikaru talks. He'll just repeat it and he'll always look there. He's basically he's Beth Harmon in real life, except for casual conversation. All right, now no one tell Hikaru this happened. No one tell Hikaru this happened. We're going to move on. I'm going to try Obama. But no one be mean. It's going to fucking suck. Shout out to Bunthers. Michelle, why don't you come over here and give me some of that bomb-ass pussy? 8 years ago, I started slamming that bitch, and let me tell you, it is nice. That's all I have. That's my Obama. That's all I have for Obama. That's all I have for Obama. Hikaru!
What do you say?
That's my Obama. Anyway, and that's why I would recommend not playing the Queen's Gambit, even though we all enjoy the show. There's probably just some better openings out there. Don't boo me. I'm not the one who picks the impressions. Anyway, mark is complete. Mark is complete. I just have to do QD now. Hey, Ludwig. I can't do a cutie. I can't do a cutie. Hey, Ludwig, how's it going?
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We're joined now by the players, and I'm gonna get right into it. Charlie, that first game, man, you just got off the call with us, so respectful. And then Jimmy, I don't know if you know this, he played his first 6 moves automatically. Like,
yeah,
he just set it all up.
I could tell. And well, the thing is, I don't know if you have me on the Chess.com stream, but I was like, you know, I could screw him by doing just some weird stuff because I know you pre-moved him, because I picked up by how fast your first 2 moves were. But I was like, you know, we'll just play normal. We'll cut him some slack. But I was literally like thinking, like, what if I just put my queen in like the middle of the board, like right in front of his pawn?
You were a gentleman there, and we were wondering if you realized that Charlie's pre-moving, that you could try to exploit the fact that his move is there no matter what you do. He's gonna play that setup.
Luckily, in his case, I suck, so I couldn't capitalize on that.
No, you did great, Jimmy.
No, yeah, listen, Jimmy, this H4 idea with attacking with H4 and opening it up, like, that's inspiration. You literally just made that up, because that's like brilliant. It's like one of the most aggressive ways to play here. How did that come together?
I literally was just like, I got a rook and I have a queen pointing towards his king side. I don't know what they're going to do, but I was like, I assume there's something here. I've just been slapped by so many great players recently. Like when I play against you and other people training, that I'm like, this just feels like something they would do, but I have no idea why they're doing it, if that makes any sense.
Hey, intuition is a good thing. It's honestly better to feel, like Logic was on earlier, right, Anna? He said, just feels that a move is good. Yeah, and you were talking to us earlier before we went on air. You enjoy short time control. You actually, and that's one of the reasons you get low on time, right? You just like to go.
What I was telling them before we got here is because both games, like my time was like down to the single-digit seconds. I love it. It like gets your adrenaline pumping, which is weird because I'm not the type of guy to go skydiving and do adrenaline things. But I was like, this is really stressful, but I'm having a ton of fun right now. So, anyways, a random side fact.
It was brilliant how you kept going down to 2 or 1 second or even 0.8 seconds or 0.9 and then smiling the whole time. It certainly felt like chess is your skydiving and bullet chess.
Yeah. But anyways, regardless, GG's, you got the best of me. And what'd you think of the game?
I thought it was good, man. When you trapped my queen, I was like, yep, I'm fucked. Jimmy saw it.
Yeah.
That was not an easy move to spot.
There was a move deep in the second game where I actually put my rook in front of one of your pawns. And
I didn't see it, yeah. I
I
just looked at that. I was so preoccupied with moving my knight, I didn't even look at my pawn.
It's funny because my gut told me too. I was like, I guarantee you he doesn't see it. I was like, there's just something about how weird this board is. He's gonna be so focused over here. I was like, I'm gonna get away with this, and I did.
Yeah.
But not the second time. The second time.
The second time I got it.
Charlie was like, Charlie, question for you, because you got obviously the prophet, and he's watching your games. You ever like hear his voice in your head? I know we did a lesson or two, but it's not the same. You got a full-time coach, seriously. You ever hear his voice and like what he's gonna say to you when he's done, your games are done?
Jesus, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can already hear it 100%. The ravings of a madman. Cause the pre-moves I know he did not enjoy. And then in the second game, when you pushed that F pawn, I'd never seen it before. I've played so many Vienna games, but I've never seen the F pawn push, so I didn't know how to react at all. And I missed a huge sequence if I went over to the H file. And I know he was screaming. He probably threw his coffee cup on the ground and just flipped over his table.
Does it feel like you're a chess kid and he's a chess parent a little bit? Like you come out of the tournament room and you're like, I won, and he's like, you missed 7 moves. And
yeah, that's absolutely how that feels. It feels like he's the strictest chess parent ever. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit stressed for you in the second game, especially because Queen H5 wasn't found. I'm actually, Anna, I don't know, like I'm really impressed with the fact that Mr.Beast shows up here. And he just plays on feel, he plays on intuition, and he still puts himself in a position where he's got opportunities. Like, I don't know, that's just, it's seriously impressive.
But
yes, Charlie
doesn't win a single game.
I mean, like the thing is, Charlie, how many games have you played?
Thousands, actual thousands, yeah.
Oh, okay. I've probably played like 115 on Chess.com.
Yeah.
And that's the difference maker. You can also become a lot stronger and increase your rating, Jimmy, if you put in that much of effort with the games too, because we know you love chess, and if you play a bit more, that experience will come because you've got the intuition. And that very first game, if we could bring the board back there, we thought that after Charlie captured on G2, even though there was this opportunity of winning the queen, it was a difficult move because retreating moves are some of the most challenging to find. And you spotted it, you won the queen, and you kept going with strong moves afterwards until the very end. Did you realize that you had a winning position up until the last moment of pushing that F pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I usually know, obviously, because it says +1 point or what. Oh, actually, you're talking about position. No, I mean, at this point, you can see I have 41 seconds. I'm just like, all right, if I don't predict what he's going to do and decide beforehand, I'm going to run out of time. And every time I was like, yeah, he's going to do this. He wouldn't do that. And I was like, all right, well, I'm just screwed. I guess I'll just make something up real quick.
No, it was the most unfortunate of blunders. It's the blunder that literally just the game is over on the spot, like F3 and then pawn takes. And no, but I the live footage we had Charlie stream up, and it was tense. It was tense. But
I enjoyed Pogchamps. Was so much more fun than I thought it would be. I assumed this is your second one because I saw that clip on YouTube where you checkmated HQC or whatever.
Yeah, we don't even remember his name. It was so brutal.
But and so now that I've experienced it, next time I'm in one, I'm definitely gonna train a lot. Like this was a lot of fun.
You're not done.
Oh,
yeah, please don't say goodbye.
No, you're not done. You got a game in like a day or two against Code Miko.
Yeah, but all right, but now I'm like doomed to lose. Like there's no way I win.
No, I think you've got a great chance against Miko.
That's the crazy thing.
But that's like the petty game. Like it's like you know what I mean? I mean like the bottom of the bottom.
Listen, Jimmy, draw some inspiration. You got a guy here who last time he played in this event was around the same strength you are now, right? And then Charlie, you went worse. Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't say that. You said that. But you went to the consolation bracket, and then you won it. So how did you find that second win then?
I I don't really remember. I knew in the consolation bracket the only one to fear was Ludwig because Ludwig was nutty, still is. So I think all the prep we did leading up to that was for Ludwig, even like before the people I had to play, because Daniel and I kind of assumed we'd get there. So I just prepped really fucking hard to play Ludwig.
Well, Beast, you got a whole consolation bracket there, if it's any inspiration. I mean, ultimately, you make it to the end, a bigger chunk of the prize you win will also be donated to St. Jude. Charlie, before we let you go, I know, obviously, Mr. Beast says St. Jude's. What was your charity all about?
Humane Society. I just love animals, so I wanted to support them. And I've been to quite a few humane societies, and always good people there.
Got it. That is very self-explanatory. Gentlemen, was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Very, very exciting games, and you're not done yet. You're not done yet. So best of luck in your.
This is just beginning. This is just beginning, Jimmy. So it's still time to get those lessons in.
Well, Critical, I want you to go on and win it. Either you or Ludwig has to win it, so I can be like, well, at least I lost to like the best player. You know what I mean? So it's simple.
I have a strong feeling I'll be seeing Ludwig somewhere towards the top. I'll try and squeak it out for you, Jimmy.
Thank you. That's all I ask. Thank you for having me, everybody.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for joining us, guys. We've got our second official result of the day. It's Moist Critical taking it 2-0 over Mr. Beast. But before we go for our break and start the third round matchup, I'm going to give you another reminder. We've partnered with Gayaki, and they are our official sustainability partner. They're celebrating 25 years of their regenerative yerba mate chat. As we get into this, you already know what to do. Spam that emote. You have a chance to win some massive cases, and we'll show you what they're all about.
And after this short break, well, first of all, keep spamming. We're going to go for another short break, but then we will be back with our final clash of the day. I think we will first review the match. We'll give you a bit of a preview on what to expect. But it is Mr. Rainn Wilson going up against Tubbo. Levy, your predictions briefly, and then we're going to analyze the match in more detail.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Before we go for a break here, let's just remember that Rainn Wilson is looking like just unstoppable. I mean, he's just looking unstoppable in that first matchup. Yes, there was his nerves, and then ultimately went to the Armageddon against Michelle. But frankly, the reality of the situation is Tubbo is able to win games of chess as well. And if he holds it all together, I think it's going to be very tough for Rainn, because Tubbo's actually a very talented kid.
He's one of the youngest participants of the field, and he had his chances in his first match. So I wonder if he's gonna be a bit calmer today and also take advantage of the opportunities he's given.
I think we are going for our break. And when we return, we'll be ready for our third match of the day.
Reach deep into yerba mate culture, and you'll discover people have long gathered to imbibe mate to awaken the mind, perform extraordinary feats, and exchange confidences. Brewed from the naturally caffeinated and nourishing leaves of the species of holly native to the South American Atlantic rainforest, come to life with Guayaquil's wide assortment of yerba mate offerings, all with powers to unite and energize.
Yeah. Okay, I can take a typing test. I think this is like, I'm not actually as fast as people realize. Okay, so let me get one thing clear. Before, I am a fast typer, I'm not crazy fast. And the way my keyboard sounds makes it seem like it's something crazy. So if you want me to do a typing test, I will do it, but it is not going to be 200 Mbps or words per minute. Mbps is the internet speed. I'm confusing everything. All right, fine. Once. All right, once. I'm not doing this to flex or anything. That's why I don't like this stuff, because it's taken the wrong way. But fine. Now just give me a second, please. I gotta pull this up. I'm on the chess stream. All right, fine. Okay. Now I'm going to choke, of course. All right. 1 second, guys. Please give me a second. All right. Here we go. 1 second. Let me just check something. 1 second. 1 second. Let me do the 60K people watching. 1 second. It says 1 second. I've already done those, so let me do something, a new one. Okay. Let me see which one I want to do, because I've already done that particular test, and I don't want to be disingenuous. All right, fine. We're gonna do this one. No, I don't want to. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. All right, let's do this one. I'm choking. I'm as nervous as Charlie. This is a tough one. God. This is a weird setup also. God damn it. Alright. No, I don't want to sign up with anything. We gotta do that again. That was horrible. We gotta do that again. Alright, let's try this again.
They're stuck on their tracks, so that's why. Same thing with pawns. Yeah, same thing with pawns. Anyway, I would like to wager here. We're going to go up a C tier. C tier is a bit tough. The pawns are not C tier. The potential of the pawns are immaculate. All right? Pawns are valuable pieces. You guys have to show a little more respect. Okay, if you're a pawn main, sure, your early game is weak, but your end game is strong. In almost every time when you're playing against a well-rated opponent, comparative to yourself, it's the pawn who ends up coming in clutch. It's the pawn who gets it done. I think I'm going to put the dark square bishop in C tier. The dark square bishops are C tier. Yeah, I think bishop mains would readily admit that they prefer their light square bishops. When you castle kingside, they oftentimes are the bishops that will be attacking that king, okay? They're the bishop that you want to use for your attack. Your dark square bishop, sometimes your last piece to develop occasionally. They're not the best. Oh, it flips for each side. Okay, yeah, that's actually true. So then it should be like this, right? So it's the dark square bishop for the white pieces and the light square bishop for the dark pieces. Is that right? Okay, that's it. That's it. I think I got it. Because the light square bishop on the white squares attacks Fisher bishop. Think about it, Fisher bishop. That's why Bobby Fischer was the GOAT. Because the light square bishop. I think... and this is going to seem shocking. The king attacking bishop when the king castles, A tier. That's an A tier bishop. That is a Poggers bishop. All right, this is the everyday bishop. This is the working man bishop. It's the blue collar bishop. I'm talking Rui Lopez, Italian game. All right, king attacking bishop. The opposite bishop, what are they doing, bro? They're just there oftentimes behind, right? Never past your pawns, behind your pawns, like protecting a rando. They're trash. They need to exist because they're much more powerful in conjunction, but that's a deeper thing for bishop mains in general. It's kind of like Ice Climber mains. You got to save your Nana. But this is Popo and this is Nana in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Together they can wobble, but you're fine if you just have Popo. You were never fine if you just have Nana. Now, B tier, the Knights. The Knights are B tier. I will readily admit that the bishop, especially the light square bishop, or dark square if you're playing with the black side, is better. But the Knights can be good. The Knights can be good. That, look, they are the only piece that gets to move the way they do. They can break through pawn structures. The bishop sometimes can get closed out on a tight position. The bishop reroute. Why do we think we talk about rerouting the knight so much? All right. It also can fork. It can fork. Yes. No. So a lot of people are saying knights are higher. You are overrating the knight. You guys are overrating the knight. These knight forks sure can be viable, but this is at low level play. Once you play some more practiced pawn mains or rook mains or queen mains, they do not allow themselves to get forked so easily. Forks is like low tier trash, right? It's just cheese. It's cheese. Knights are cheesy. I'm gonna say that right now. Knights are cheesy. It's kind of like it's like a reverse U, or just a U, I guess is what that is. But it starts out really strong, low level, because you get easy forks. Then it gets weaker, and it can be strong at the end for reroutes and stuff like that. But in general, knights are most valuable sometimes as, like, think about this. The knight can't be A tier because you use the knight as the #1 piece to interpose with check or attack threats on queens and kings. So why would this be an A tier when you're using it as literal cannon fodder? Think about it. You're using this as cannon fodder in one sentence, and then in the next, you're like, yeah, but it's A tier. No, because you're willing to let it die. Why? Because it's not that valuable. That's it. That's the exact reason. Queen's F tier, by the way. Now we're moving on to the rook. The rooks are an interesting situation. I just put it there because we were on Chess.com and it was counting down to 0 seconds, and I thought they would cut. And I thought it'd be funny because no one would understand what's going on, but they didn't cut. Per usual, fucking up the timing, Chess.com producers. Come on, you just gotta cut. I'm the timing guy. You're ruining my thing. What's the point of a clock? It's a farce. This clock is bullshit. Anyway, I ain't no simp, so Queen's A tier. That's it. That's a fact. Not S tier because I'm not a simp.
Welcome back, everyone. Appreciate your patience here. A bit of a longer break than normal. But the good news is that we are going to be showing you these amazing chess belts from Grip 6. They've actually sold out already of the chess-themed wallet. So if you had any doubts, you already know what to do. They got the queen, the king, the knight, all sorts of different options for this belt straps. You go to go.chess.com/grip6, use the code Pogchamps20, and you get 20% off. And Anna, before we get our next round underway, we wanted to take a look at the first round matchup between Tubbo and Logic, because Tubbo is taking on Rainn Wilson today, who's actually an even tougher test.
It was, and Tubbo had his chances, so we were going to show you guys some of the critical moments from that first match of Tubbo. if we take a look at the game, Levi, when you see this opening choice and what happened afterwards, everything.
Yes. Did you the game when I was thinking the game where Tubbo blundered his queen, maybe we just let Tubbo off the hook, like when he played queen takes g5, like maybe we just don't even, just
Yeah, no, that was an inspired move, but I think overall Tubbo did say that he was looking at that move and then suddenly it was on the board, so he didn't fully intentionally play it.
Yeah, and he said after that he didn't fully have a understanding of why like he played this move, like he like blitzed it out and then he like followed up with this, and to Logic's credit, again, for a second match in a row, he's very clean with his conversion. Yes, okay, he made this rook blunder against Michelle, but for the most part, very, very clean. That second game though, the one that ended in a draw, was a complicated game. It was oh my god, it was all over the place. Now
it is a miracle that it ended in a draw. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. If y'all don't remember, first of all, if y'all don't remember, I don't know what y'all doing. The players left their bishops kind of like staring at each other for a while. But there was an explosion and it was Logic looking to put the pressure on Tubbo. Tubbo hung in there, created enough chances, and then immediately punished Logic. Like he just played this really clean endgame. And
it's still a piece down for Tubbo, but after the rook check on d2, suddenly the knight is gone. It was trapped after this move. The one square that was available was f2, since the pawn is guarding the knight on that square. But Logic missed his chance to save the knight, and after the rook checks, the game is again wide open, and it was Tubbo who ended up taking the knight. Then he went to capture the pawn on e3 as well, and the endgame, the rook endgame, was better from him out of the blue.
Absolutely. We got rook d2, king takes knight, and so complicated. I mean, this little idea, but and like this is potentially the most impressive moment of the entire game, where Tubbo realizes that he's got to bring it back. He can't just keep chop, chop, chop on b7. And then it was really impressive. He held his nerves, some small inaccuracies, but we're not going to sit here and, want perfection. And this was great. Just the infiltration there with the king to get the 2 pawns. Really nice game from Tubbo. But we sadly cannot say he won, because the poor guy was probably a bit under the influence of nerves and couldn't find queen c3, and then later in the game he stalemated. He ran the king,
I think the issue was that even though, yes, he had mate earlier, that he kept going, kept attacking, and moves later as well. There were a couple of missed chances, but I think the most painful for Tubbo is the fact that he then ends up winning the rook. So it's just a queen and the rook versus a bare king. And that's a checkmate pattern that many of us learn at the very start of our chess journey. And maybe it's a lesson that he skipped, because there's a very simple pattern, the ladder checkmate, using the queen and the rook. We can show you right now if you haven't seen this pattern. It's a very logical one.
Did you know that Black had a draw in this game?
Oh yes, stalemate with rook c1 check, but it wasn't that simple to spot.
Yeah, rook c1, and this is important, chat. I know y'all getting the pasta going in the kitchen. Get a little al dente, maybe a little bit of sauce. I see you all, turbocharging here with the pasta. But in positions where your king is locked and has no legal moves, if you can sacrifice a piece with a check like this to force a response, the difference is that in the game we got this and the queen takes. But this is stalemate. Game is over. It's a draw.
It would have been a brilliancy award for how to escape from a losing position. Eventually, Logic got the draw, but that was a very different story. This is what we were talking about, how this checkmate pattern is well known, but it seems that Tubbo has skipped on this lesson. He had the right setup. If we just show, for instance, from here, once the king moves after the queen check on f4, king to g2. Now you keep one of your heavy pieces on the f file and use the other one to push the king further to the edge of the board. The checkmate will be on the edge of the board, so you're gonna be cutting the king with one piece, giving a check with the other. Here, all you need to do is move either the queen or the rook to the g file, and it's gonna be mate afterwards. Now the queen is the one you leave, cutting the king. The king cannot go back, cannot cross, and the rook delivers checkmate. And you can do this from any position, even if the black king was in the center of the board. You, with the same pattern, you keep pushing the king toward the edge of the board, and once it's on the edge, this is checkmate. There's nowhere to escape. Unfortunately, Tubbo didn't know this pattern, kept bringing his king closer, which isn't a bad idea, but he brought it so close that it ended up being a stalemate on move 84.
Yes, he brought his king, and to be honest, if the rook doesn't exist in these endgames, the queen needs help. But in this case, you got the rook. I mean, you're like a basketball player who got another superstar. Now you're like, we need even more help, right? So in this case, queen and rook, they do everything. The king literally. And I was yelling when Tubbo was bringing his king. I'm like, no, leave him, stop, bring him home, no, and disaster struck. The king kind of gets in the way of everybody, and ultimately. And the crazy thing, Anna, even with just king and queen versus king, this is a draw.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate one. So I'm hoping that Tubbo has revised the basic checkmate pattern since, because it's so useful to know this to avoid stalemate. Stalemate is still very common for beginners, but if you learn the checkmate patterns and that you are more aware of the danger, how bringing your pieces too close is actually counterintuitive to keep them further away, but it's actually better in practice so that there's less chance of a stalemate.
But at the end of the day, and we keep reiterating this point, none of these players need to be frustrated by this. Like,
of course not.
The truth is, they can all learn so much game by game. I don't care if it's a simple thing like miscounting attackers and defenders, boom, there goes your queen. Because frankly, they're playing, someone might laugh, like who's watching, and then someone goes and plays a game and they lose 2 queens in a game. I don't even know how you did that. You promoted one you like. So we all make blunders, all of us, some a little bit less than others, and those some become, 27, 2800s, and they compete in the other chess events. So I think Tubbo's in good shape, but openings. Rainn Wilson plays d6, g6. That's what he plays. So what is he going to play?
And he played d6, g6, that setup of the Peer's defense or King's Indian against d4, even when he played against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. So Rainn Wilson had a game against Magnus a few years ago. He went for that setup. I'm curious to see if Tubbo has prepared for this setup, or he will just go with the flow and play by intuition. And of course, afterwards, the main question will be the middle game.
I'm pretty sure, like I was looking at Rainn Wilson's games on this account, and I'm fairly certain that game went like this. Like he had black, and then Magnus made him pay early. As you can see from the eval bar, Magnus hit him with this move. And that is a trap in the modern. And I was like, that, it's unfortunate. Even Rainn had to learn sometimes the painful way to not make that blunder, because it happens. We see this in Pogchamps. And for Rainn, he got the worst opponent possible, Anna, to make that blunder. He got Magnus Carlsen.
He doesn't just forgive you for playing knight to d7 and knight e6 traps the queen on d8. It's a beautiful pattern that Rainn Wilson learned in that game against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, exactly. You get your piece trapped, and that is that. I know I'm pulling up the old game here, everybody, between Tubbo and Bobby Hall, aka Logic. That is not who was playing here, but I think Tubbo is just going to play in the center. Now, has Tubbo had a lesson, because his coaches don't have a connection?
Yes, both his sisters, unfortunately, are still struggling with the weather situation in Texas. So I don't know if Tubbo had a lesson before, or if he's working with any other coach. We will need to ask him about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But it's crazy because he and Rainn had such kind of different first round matchups, but they're all competing in a very, very intense group. We will see what happens. I'm looking forward, Anna, to Rainn Wilson versus Logic. That's going to be a lot of fun. Tubbo versus Michelle, to see if Michelle, Michelle's playing some tough players. Like, very unfortunately, just the way Mr.Beast has played 2 1100s. Like, it ain't
But
easy.
down the consolation bracket, Mr. Beast thinks that the tournament is over. I'm saying it's just about to begin. Charlie, his opponent of today, was the hero of the finals in the consolation bracket, and the other hero of the story was, of course, Ludwig, who I think is also watching the broadcast, as well as Hikaru, who was tuning in earlier. Now Hikaru is watching XQC practicing for the tournament. He will still need to play his match against Pokimane in one of these upcoming days.
Yeah, XQC Pokemon's gonna be great. That's exciting. We'll see if Poke can pull off an upset there. I mean, XQC's also been on the grind. It's a fantastic event. We are going to take a short break. This match we're not late. This match was scheduled to begin in 6 minutes, and begin in 6 minutes. It will. So don't go anywhere. When we return, we've got our third and final matchup of the day between Tubbo and Rainn Wilson.
Okay, thank you.
You what? Why?
I don't know, I lose a pawn here. I didn't see that. I was like, oh, this works, and I forgot about your bishop. LOL, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Play of the game.
It's okay.
You can pull it back, I believe.
If I go here, you take. Right, queen's there. Then just go there. Alright, I'll just do this.
Okay. Oh, they're starting right at the hour in like 4 minutes, I've been informed, for Chess.com. We gotta pick up the pace, big guy.
Alright, we'll pick up the pace.
You're in check.
Yeah, I realize. Do something like this.
Why?
You'll see.
Uh-oh. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Dickhead. What is the move here? You've moved your king so much. I'm pretty sure the Chess.com people are just gonna force abort me when it's time. They did that last time. They just aborted the game.
What are you doing?
I'm really going after you.
Okay, so let's say you take that. Okay, you're not gonna take with your queen.
You wanna bet?
Wait.
Yeah. I'll have you know, I am, in fact, crazy.
Okay, so am I.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
What?
I'm just gonna not be stupid.
You fool.
Am I a fool?
Yep.
Am I?
I think so. Why? I think so. I don't feel at all ready for this, by the way. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't feel ready for this chess game. I need to, like, say my prayers. Like,
Well,
God,
I don't even know what,
I'ma come up.
I really don't understand what I'm supposed to do afterwards, but that seemed pretty cool at the moment that I did it.
Yeah, well, now you've just lost a castle for free. You're giving me a castle for free.
Oh, yeah? Have I?
Yep.
How?
Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop me taking that castle. The only thing you can protect the castle with is the king, and my bishop, which I take the castle with, will be protected by...
What if I do this?
I hate you and everything you stand for.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. Just a friendly reminder once again before we get our games going here that ultimately a huge part of this event has to do with giving back to the community. All of the participants have selected a charity that a percentage of their winnings will go to. At the same time, as you can see from our bar, Chess.com will be matching up to $100,000 of viewer donations. And actually, Anna, if I'm not mistaken, we give some love to Liquid Egg Product if you're still here, and Exiled Cat. That was about an hour and a half ago. During the break, we had a couple of very big donations, over $100. So use that donate button. It's right under the video player. You click it, it's directly linked, and that will go to charity.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the donations. Again, every single penny matters. You can also use the command charity in the chat. It might be running a bit too fast in the chat, but if you manage to click on the link, that's where you can contribute, and Chess.com will match your donation.
Yeah. So maybe take a break from all that pasta. Too much food, ultimately, might be a little bit rough. So I had pasta with meat sauce before the show, get a little bit of that carbohydrate boost. Let's put that pasta on pause. Let's scroll below the video player, hit that donate link, and donate to a good cause. I am constantly being notified about who's given what, and in particular, showing some love to some of the people who are we're dropping in some donations to charity. So, few minutes to go, or we
we are about to start.
Yeah,
Tubbo
not even
has been in the middle of a practice game with his friend Sapnap, but I believe he has just checkmated Black's king, so we will be soon ready to go. It's great to see that Tubbo is getting his last minute prep in with his good friend Sapnap. Oh, maybe they're ready for the next game. No, that's, I think, on Tubbo's screen already the right game against his opponent, Rainn Wilson.
Here we go. Rainn's got a bit of a deceiving 703 there. That I think he's literally only ever played 2 games. And Rainn starts with exactly what we thought he was going to play. Okay, very good. Now probably G6 or Knight F6.
Yeah. And just to explain, in case you didn't know, the rating that Levy was talking about, Rainn hasn't been using this Chess.com account for any other games, but the one game against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and the last 3 games in Pogchamps. He's stepping into a similar pattern that you showed in the Magnus game, the capture on F7, but Tubbo is playing so fast, he didn't see it.
It's still there. He has bishop F7. This way you always need to look for checks. This bishop is unguarded, and you can move the knight with a check to then pick up the bishop. So Tubbo has got, and again, 3 moves straight.
He's vibing to the music, but he's missing out on a big opportunity.
Oh, and now the other bishop is going to come on in.
That was probably just a throwaway move. That's probably a bad move. Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. Tubbo.
Whatever.
What is this on the screen? What is this?
Oh my god, chat, you're lagging out my OBS. Don't crash me, my fellow gamers. Guys, I'm just dreading.
Wow.
I'm dreading this so much. I swear
So
this
much
isn't his
support.
account. I swear I saw him at rank 1,300. Yes, like last time.
He did.
That's correct.
Oh,
That's
when he's
correct.
played Bishop takes B2, we can't really see it, but
We feel it. The bishop seems to be on B2,
Not off to the
attacking the rook
bestest
on
of
A1.
starts.
Tubbo has no way of saving the
Not
rook.
off to the bestest of starts. That has been made more apparent.
yes, Tubbo's gonna move his knight so that he loses at least the rook for the bishop.
It's not that terrible though if he realizes that by moving the knight he will at least capture the bishop, because that dark squared bishop is an important piece when you go for the fianchetto setup, that being this g6 push. So at least the queen on a1 in the corner will be attacking the other rook in the corner too. That could be a dangerous situation. I think Rainn will spot it.
Actually, for Rainn, it might be best not to even take. Like, see the eval. The eval actually preferred maybe going back because Rainn's rook is hanging.
And the only way to prevent it is by placing something on f6 or e5. He pushes pawn to f6. We usually warn our students to try not to move the pawn, but actually it's working out perfectly because Tubbo is hanging his bishop.
No, Tubbo, that's a one mover, man. Slow down. Yeah. I mean, you know, you gotta hit yourself for motivation before the game, not after you blunder. You gotta do one of these and then, you know, get pumped. Oh, you don't want to do it.
Earlier,
Tubbo.
it was an exchange down. He had a bishop to compensate for the rook, but now it's a full rook up for Rainn Wilson, and all he needs to solve is how to get the king into safety. He cannot castle to the king side because of that diagonal c4 bishop, but he could try to move the knight away from d7, queen up, and castle to the queen side.
Yeah, well, Tubbo's got to he's got to fight because he's just down a lot of material. So he's got to get on Rainn before Rainn consolidates, as you said. Rainn's got to castle. So, for example, queen b2, try to get to b7 because that way you can't castle this way or the other way. It's not a bad start. It's not a bad start.
Pawn to h3 to attack the bishop, and Rainn immediately captures on f3. When you're up material, this is a great strategy. Not so great to use the pawn for the capture on f3. You better use your pieces and not harm your king. Those pawns are there to protect your king, and now the doubling of the pawns has made the king even more vulnerable.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because I know he's capable of like really good things, and I honestly think that he is not that. But see, that's a great move. Look at this bishop. This is the greatest bishop of all time.
Yeah, it feels like Tubbo can see some really profound ideas, but he doesn't take much time to slow down and look around. He had a missed opportunity straight out in the opening. And then bishop h6. I think that was the only move that was a big mistake, hanging the bishop by moving it away from g5 to another square that was guarded by black's pieces.
Yeah, knight d7 is a sad necessity. I mean, maybe you got to go knight f8 or knight c. That's a very nice idea there from Rainn. At this point, man, probably queen b2. The thing is, these rooks are like, I mean, hardly playing. It's a really weird position.
Yes, he's got to chase that bishop away, knight to c5 to attack it. He has to do something about it because you're right, that bishop for now is somehow making up for the lack of material.
No, I mean, bishop e6 is great. I don't know. I have a belief in Tubbo. Honestly, if he just slows down, like this kid, he's quite creative. I mean, he put the bishop on e6. It's just these one movers. He just got to get that out of his repertoire. Like right now, the bishop's under attack. So pause and bring it back to safety. But he might just rush and do something crazy. Yeah. Okay, good. There you go.
Yeah, moving it back to d5. That's a good idea.
What are we listening to?
Interesting sound effects with the choice of music.
And then like Gogol Bordello, which is like a weird, like, I don't even know where they're from. They're from a remote place in Europe.
Oh, my mom loves Gogol Bordello.
Well, okay,
knows
there
what I
you
even
go.
do
I mean, I don't know what that says about my musical taste, but
Who knows?
mean, I
Who
didn't know
knows
that
what I
Tubbo
even
and
do
my mom
anymore?
have similar
Hey,
tastes
draw,
for
big man. You
music.
want to draw? No, that would not be good content. I can't ask for the draw for the content. We gotta play it out for the content, boys. Think of the Chess.com live stream.
Yeah, think of us,
Wait,
Tubbo.
well, you really
Maybe
do be
slow down
attacking
and
my-
also
my-
crop
my
yourself so we see
horse.
some of your board better. But yeah, otherwise, otherwise you're in our hearts.
I just love the emotes flying all over the board.
Yeah.
And the camera covering the A and B files, some of the crucial squares there.
Why did I
For instance, in this moment,
why did I even give him the option to
it's as
trade?
if Black
Why did
didn't
I
have
even
a
give him the option
queen.
to trade? I'm upset with myself.
Yeah,
for that
exactly.
one.
Like this is not
Right, this is where we need to
the
start to
cleanest
bust
of
out our
overlays,
big brain
but,
plays, okay? Otherwise,
we
we're
can't see his
goners. We're goners.
queen.
Oh, and now you castle, you toss. I'm not. That was not an insult. That was not. Just.
Is he gonna
not
call
an
him a
insult.
tosser?
Not
Isn't
insulting
that
the
like a
competition. I'm a good sport.
like a
I am.
British insult?
I'm a good sport.
Oh well, no, Tubbo is a good sport. He added that was all, of course, friendly banter, and
Jeez.
I'm sure he has a lot of respect for his opponent and his work. And this position, brilliant for Black. Of course, it's still a rook up, and now with that open G file after Black has castled, it could be time to attack. And yet the bishop, as you are pointing out, that light square bishop is still quite a pain in the position, preventing rook G8. At this stage, I feel like even if Rainn played rook G8, giving up one of the rooks for the bishop, it would still be all right. But you don't have to give back material if you don't want to. The F5 pawn, for instance, would be... Oh, and it's being captured.
Yeah, clean from Rainn, despite the opening blunder. Somewhere Danny's like, dude, I told him this like 40 times. How does he still blunder this? But that's the beauty of playing the modern. Sometimes is this mating a few moves with something beautiful like rook G8 or queen H3 first?
I like queen H3 first. He pushes D5 to get the rook to the G file.
Nice. Queen H3, rook G8. Very nice. Yeah, I think
And
that first game against Michelle Anna kind of gave us the strange perception of Rainn's skills. I do estimate his ability around like 1400, if I have to say, which puts him, Sardosh, I mean, there's a lot of those guys who could beat each other. Benji Fishy he's so good.
You better add Ludwig to the list too, because I think he is watching our show right now. Ludwig, number one favorite of the tournament.
Last I checked, I think he was doing a chess piece tier list. It was, I mean, to be honest, it was honestly very accurate. I don't know how he managed to. That's the beauty of Ludwig as a creator. There's like how many chess pieces, and he manages to make a tier list of chess pieces exciting. Like,
I know, it's crazy original, the idea, and how can you make content out of something as boring as the chess pieces? And that's said by a chess professional.
Well, Anna, we've made chess interesting, and it's chess, Like, at the end of the day, we should also give ourselves a little bit of credit. It really is chess. I mean, think of a game that's not had any improvements for thousands of years except the pawn moving diagonally. Literally, they invented a rule, like, because they were bored. What's next? So...
Chess 2.0 better come out soon, because we are running out of ideas.
Oh, it's bad. I mean, maybe the ability to use, like, if you take a piece for the next move, that piece can act like the piece it just took. I don't know for maybe only one turn. I'm just saying. Fide?
Will we see checkmate next move, though? New rules or not, it's checkmate on the board with queen to G2.
Well,
yeah,
okay. Oh god. Okay.
In the meantime,
that's fine. It's fine. Right. There was nothing I could do. It was. Oh god.
Yeah, the similar sound effects coming from the Tubbo stream from his first round matchup as well. He's had two tough pairings. Rainn comes in like the Terminator. I know he didn't play the Terminator, but he sure looks like one, and very clean conversion despite the early opening slip. I think we will have the second game coming up shortly, but before we do that, Anna, I think we are going to go for a short break, and when we return, we will have potentially our final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I mean, it's going to be a challenge against Rainn, but he will do his best. One second, guys. I need just a second, please. Now we'll keep talking. Oh, I'm on the Chess TV screen. It's so funny how like I have to send one text and then I immediately get on the Chess TV screen. So yeah, I will take this opportunity to shamelessly promote that I will be on Kitboga tomorrow, and it is a huge honor. It's funny how little I'm talking about chess, but this game was pretty straightforward. It was pretty straightforward. Actually, Tubbo had one chance here since we're on the subject. In this position, we can notice that Rainn has put his bishop on a square where it is pinning the knight to the queen, but it is also undefended. So white has this very cool move, bishop takes f7. Thank you, Sidewalk Surfer. And after king takes f7, you go knight g5 check. It's a very common chess pattern. You give a check to the king has to move. You take the bishop. The king is in big trouble. Another sub from Zarathustra. Thank you. And white is up upon an attacking. So that was a big chance by Tubbo. But after that, Tubbo didn't have too many chances. You know, once he blundered b2 and a1. Okay. I assume I'm not on Chess TV any longer. One second, guys. All right. We're still on chess. We're still on chess. That's awesome. That's just awesome. Well, okay. You're telling me that people are not entertained watching a grandmaster use his phone. Are you kidding me? I'm highly offended at that. So we're still live on Chess TV, which is awesome. Welcome, everybody. We had a ton of fun watching Charlie play Mr.Beast. I'm just soaking in the moment. Pogchamps is great, and I'm just I'm overwhelmed with all these emotions and just that, you know, this is a great moment for chess, honestly. And I guess not to get overly philosophical here, but you know, I didn't none of this was expected. I mean, this all sort of started 6 months ago, and this all started 6 months ago, and it's all been sort of almost a movie since then. So we're just trying to make the most of it, and you know, it's crazy. Well, Rainn Wilson is probably like 1,300, I would say. I mean, it's hard to judge because the sample size is pretty limited. But you know, he's good. He's good for sure. He's definitely a favorite. I mean, there's no doubt about that. All right. We just sit in silence on Chess TV. Well, that's what entertainment is. Thank you. It's Sansom for the Prime. Moving it up to 6K. Love it. All right. Let me see. But yeah, we're going to watch the second game, and then we're going to get the raid, and then things are going to be crazy. I'm just sort of preparing for the raid. All right. Yeah, guys, I'm still recovering. You need to understand that I'm not going to say I care more about his games than mine, but I care. One second. Yeah, so basically, what's the plan for the raid? So the last thing, I just wanted to finish the thought, but you know, when there's this level of emotions and you're investing everything into him winning, and then it ends, there's almost this, you know, this exhaustion that comes afterward, and it's hard to keep up the energy a little bit. Hope it's.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We are just about to begin the second game between Tubbo and Rainn Wilson. What can we expect, Anna? What do you think?
I feel like if Tubbo slows down a little bit, he might be able to take his chances because he did have a good start in the first game. He had that opening opportunity capturing on f7 with knight g5 is a typical sacrifice, a typical theme. And I'm curious now with colors reversed, what opening are we going to see? Oh, I didn't know we still had a chance to bring it back. This is a very nice pattern here. You're sacrificing a bishop, and after king takes f7, the idea is that knight g5 check, you're winning the piece back because the bishop on g4 is hanging.
Yes, and it's important to remember that this would not be possible if the h6 square was covered, let's say, with a pawn, or if the bishop was protected. If the knight was on f6 defending this bishop, this doesn't work. But the whole point is that this gets you this, and the benefit is you've won a pawn and black cannot castle. But look how quickly, maybe black goes here and you develop a knight and you hang your queen. That's the crazy thing about chess. You do a good thing and you do a horrible thing.
It's never too late to put this gambit, you're right. But if instead of hanging the queen, you place that queen on e6, it also could be made shortly, almost.
I don't know if you heard, Anna, but Daniel Naroditsky on the break said that tomorrow he's going to be on Kit Boga. Now, do you know who Kit Boga is?
No, unfortunately not. I guess I should know.
No, I mean, Kit Boga is the guy, he impersonates like an elderly person, and then he'll call a scam center, or he'll answer scam center phone calls.
Oh, so wait, I know his channel. I've seen his videos. I didn't remember the name.
Yeah.
But yes, I have seen videos of him.
So I'm kind of confused what Daniel's going to play. Is he going to be Kit Boga, or is he going to be the scammer? Like, how do you join Kit Boga? Because there's only one voice. I mean, I don't know. Is he going to pretend to be like the husband and wife or something? I don't know. I have no idea. We'll see. We'll see what happens. They both call. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, he's the grandson. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Wow.
Okay.
That's going to be brilliant. At the same time, game 2 has just started with a very classical opening, the Ruy Lopez or Spanish opening, and Tubbo blitzes out bishop to c5.
Yes. So bishop c5 is a move. Computer doesn't like it because here c3, d4 is a very good idea by white to expand with the pawns. Can I just get some love for en passant in the chat for a $600 donation, which obviously goes to charity, and Hundo donating $110. So thank you all. Huge.
Thank you so much for your contribution. And remember, all the donations are matched by Chess.com up to $100,000. That bar still needs to be filled. So make sure that you make Chess.com pay all that $100K for charity.
Yes. I made a mistake. Oh, it was spelled out for me as en passant, but it's en peasant. I apologize. It's en peasant. Yes. Yes. En peasant. Regardless, we appreciate you very much. And listen, my name gets spelled Levi all the time.
Even what is it, PH? My surname is just how it goes, the reindeer.
Yeah, Anna, we both have terrible opportunities.
Terrible names.
Yeah, I get called Levi's jeans, you get called the reindeer. I mean, it's so brutal, but it's all right. We get by. Look at Tubbo going for this again. He did this against Logic as well.
That's a great idea here, though. After the rook has left the f1 square, now knight g4, you gotta be careful. How do you protect the f2 pawn?
I'm not sure. Rook e2, rook f1, probably. I didn't have a follow-up. Can you maybe even go d4? Oh, that's mean. I think you can go d4. And then if knight takes, it's the same tactic from last game, queen takes knight.
But that's so difficult to see, that you can give up the pawn. It looks like the pawn shouldn't be pushed to d4 because too many of black's pieces are controlling that square.
Yes, d4. You've got this thing here, and it looks like obviously black is gonna win this trade, but you can open up your lines. Now, I don't think we're gonna get d4 unless I think we're gonna get rook e2 or rook f1.
I also think that's a lot more likely, but it's so difficult to move your piece back to the square where it's coming from. Then you realize, oh, my last move wasn't such a good one. I need to retreat. I have lost 2 tempi, and tempo, or tempi in this case, 2 tempi, are crucial at chess. That's the time you could spend for developing the rest of your pieces.
Tubbo takes a swig there as another emote floats past his face. Those are not IRL; those are digital. That would be terrifying if that actually was going on in his room. That kid is streaming when the whole family's asleep. Like the whole family's asleep, right? And he's just
Yeah,
powering
it's
through.
close to midnight here on this side of the ocean, and Tubbo streaming from the UK. Rainn Wilson ends up going back to F1. I think that's a good decision, but again, a difficult one, and feeling like you could have used those two moves for something else, something other than going back and forth.
Yes, but having said that, if White plays H3, C3, and D4, then White is happy. But we'll see what Rainn can come up with.
Now for Tubbo, the question is he going to castle, or will he try to develop his queen side? We always tell our students, and you guys as well, the viewers, to try to castle as soon as possible. And that's for the reason that the king is a lot more vulnerable in the middle of the board. Are you saying he's going to push H5, Levy?
I have a feeling Tubbo might get real hostile. And oh my God, Anna, Peripheral 1994 just donated $1,000.
Thank you so much for that huge donation, Peripheral. That's gonna be matched by Chess.com. The same amount will be donated on your behalf. Thank you so much.
That is amazing. We might make it into the 5 digits today. No one's ever had a 5-digit chess rating, but that doesn't mean that we can't raise that same degree of cash for charity. Now, H3 is not a good move because I think the computer wants you to take and then launch F5 and then just open all this up. But I mean that although Tubbo's already gotten there.
You think he's going to go forward with the plan of capturing something on F2? I was going to say, I think that's a very difficult idea to find, that you should give up your knight for that pawn and then push the pawn to F5 so that your rook can be attacking through the F file. Sometimes what happens in beginners games is that they trade on F2 because they are not quite sure if that's something that wins pieces or not. It's tricky to know the value of the pieces,
Yes.
and is it okay to give up 2 minor pieces for a rook and a pawn?
Yeah, and I've just drawn that on the board there so everybody can see that's what we're talking about, and he's got a very tough decision to make. You also can you play H5? I know it's probably bad, but the fish hook, the fishing pole, and trying to sacrifice, and okay, he just goes back. He kills all my fun.
But it's a lot more natural to retreat when the knight was hanging, and I think he knows that 2 minor pieces to be given up for the rook and pawn is actually not as good as it seems.
Yeah, it's definitely not as good. I mean, knight f6. Well, now we get rook e1 back, so Rainn just stubbornly plays back to e1. Maybe okay.
So the rook has been to e1, then gone back to f1, and now it's again on e1.
Okay, take with the d pawn. You got to open your bishop and your queen, but you've probably also been taught to take toward the middle. So in these positions, dc6 is better.
Because it opens up the diagonal of the bishop so that you can develop faster. He chooses the b pawn for probably what you have mentioned. We also teach go toward the center, capture toward the center. It's difficult to know when you should break those rules. Because yes, in general, you're capturing toward the center, but here the bishop development was more urgent.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the unfortunate drawback of the e4, e5 positions is that if you're not as experienced, well, knight c3. I mean, I think knight e5 there was winning a pawn, but maybe not. c3, d4 also good. Tubbo should play something crazy like, well, that's illegal. d5, d4 would be good luck getting that on the board, but d5 would be a really interesting move.
I wonder if he notices that the pawn on e5 is hanging, and will he care if he sees it? Because you could simply push d6 to guard the pawn and then develop the bishop. That would be the calm move. I feel like Tubbo will go for something more aggressive than that.
Yeah, rook e8. I mean, there's also d6. There's queen e. Hey, my man.
The aggressive way.
Yeah, it's not perfect because probably white can like take a pawn in the center. But I love it because it opens the position. There's going to be tactics like take, take. And if you take on e5, what ultimately happens is f2 and e5 tied together via f6 or d4. Yeah, like for instance, even now, like for example, queen d6, knight c6, queen g3 is already looking, or bishop h3 is looking interesting. Just getting all the way over here.
Again, that's a difficult pattern to spot, that you could in the future place your queen on g3 because you see the pawn on f2 and you think that pawn sees you on g3. So you don't want to go there. You don't want to bot this gambit. But the bishop on c5 is pinning the f2 pawn, and that's why all those patterns are possible.
Yes, exactly. I'm just drawing this hypothetical. Obviously, in reality, right, knight c6 is now playable, and but then queen d6.
Where does the knight go? Or will you just push e5? Everything is gonna be hanging suddenly. So many pieces.
Yeah, d4 is a crazy move because it attacks the knight. If the knight goes to a4, it's one of those short-sighted moves. It looks good because you make a move, you attack a piece, you're like, good. But then the bishop moves, and your knight's like, oh crap, I got nowhere to go. I don't know where to go. Like bishop just goes, and by the way, computer still likes this because of knight c6 and different consolidation ideas. We'll see if Rainn can find them.
It's definitely a very chaotic position for the engine. Easy to say, easy to stay cool. I think this is very dangerous for Rainn's pieces as well. The knight on the edge of the board, and this e5 knight is good for now, but because of the concepts you were showing, that black could end up attacking on the king side, we shall see. For instance, if you drop the bishop back to d6, knight takes c6, then the queen could go to that diagonal, the a4 e8 diagonal with queen d7 or queen e8, and both of the knights are on that diagonal. So how do you save all the pieces?
You don't, but that's okay. That's really funny. It's like the most brutal of x-rays, and both your horses are unguarded. You can't even guard one, and bishop a7 was played to his credit. Now we get knight c6. Tubbo, don't hang your queen.
Yes, I think we have seen enough Bottas gambits today. It would be ideal to move the queen. It's not the same line as we were describing with the bishop on a7. The difference is that now when the queen attacks the c6 knight, that knight will capture the bishop. So it's not just a hanging piece, it can capture the bishop of Tubbo.
And perhaps the most cruel thing is that if you play queen a4, well, that's crazy. He sees it. If knight a7, queen a4, knight c8, the knight will take both bishops. And if knight takes, rook takes, the knight now has a getaway. Brutal. Chess is brutal. Comes down to one square.
Yeah, what a difference it would have made if that bishop was not going to be hanging. Even in that position, I think it was chaotic because e5 is a pawn fork and all that stuff. But yes, the two knights being on the same diagonal, this x-ray attack. I wonder if after knight takes a7, which is very likely, I think Rainn will spot that now the knight is in trouble on c6, and he has to move it with a capture. He has to make a forcing move to not lose the a4 knight. But after knight takes a7, will we see queen takes a4 and trying to claim that the knight on a7 has no way back?
Maybe it's much more likely that he just takes back on a7. It's like a snap. It's right in his face. He doesn't have to think about it. Well, we're about to end. Well, there you go.
You're right. You're right. And the knight had another capture. Funnily enough, Rainn is getting out of these patterns because after queen takes a4, the knight could have captured the other bishop on the back rank.
Yes, so queen takes would have led to knight c8. Now Rainn either has to defend his knight, okay, very good, or jump it around from c5 to d3. Oh,
Tubbo takes on e4, which was a free pawn, but it comes with a price. The price is the e file, the pin, and the knight can be won by a pawn push, a simple pawn push.
Yes, pawn to d3. That's the drawback. It's a poison apple. You take something, and now you're pinned to yourself.
And Rainn plays it instantly, pushing f3. d3 was going to be the other option. You want to attack the pinned piece with the least valuable piece, so that when you capture, it doesn't matter that you could end up losing that piece too. If f5, you take the knight with the pawn, and the pawn capture will not matter too much if you end up losing your e4 pawn. This is going to be a piece up now for Rainn. There's no way out of it, unfortunately, for Tubbo.
Probably the best for Tubbo, just push the f pawn. Give away the knight, but open up your rook, and it's not over. You still have a queen to come in. You have a bishop. You activate your rook in a couple of moves. It's far from over, but it's hard to find the best moves after you've blundered.
I agree with you that that could give him a chance. I'm trying to see his board, but there's so many emotes flying around his template. It's not that simple.
The queen! The queen is dead!
Yeah, he's not realizing that it's not about the queen ultimately.
Pheromones.
It's the knight, right? So.
And the knight
Chat,
has been
I don't have a plan.
captured.
I don't have a strategy. I don't have anything.
Aww.
What do I do here?
That's not a bad move, bringing the rook to the semi-open fight,
here?
attacking the pawn on e4.
What is my thing? I need a thing. Someone come up with a thing for me.
Rainn has protected the e4 pawn and is ready to develop his bishop. Queen g6 is a good idea, pinning the g2 pawn and threatening bishop takes h3.
Yeah, actually, seriously. Tubbo with the debate of the but queen f.
Queen f3 guards the pawn.
Rainn sharp, you know, he moves his queen, I move my queen, and then I'm gonna get my bishop out this way. Yeah.
But that idea, you could still try to get that idea in if you bring the rook to the attack. Rook e5 is on the board and the potential rook lift.
Yeah, Tubbo's saying I don't have a plan and then just rattling off a couple of gangster moves. Look at that. So,
That really is a gangster move, and the rook is heading toward h5. Will he guard the pawn now? It's hanging the pawn on d4. Or just go all in with rook h5.
Tubbo, rook h3 is a good move. Like, this is a good plan.
It is. He spotted it. Again, it's a rook lift that wasn't easy to discover. The idea, the concept that you can bring yet another attacking piece to the king side. And now this is becoming dangerous for Rainn. Yes, he's up a piece and the position should be winning, but there's now danger to around the white king. G4 is a committal move, but it does prevent the capture on h3. The queen can now take on h3.
Yes, exactly. This is a wild one. He's pushing the pawns. Yeah, like rook h4 and h5. Actually, if rook h4, h5 happens, I don't know what's going on.
That would be a really aggressive idea, and he plays it.
Also, sacking. I mean, it doesn't work, truthfully. It doesn't work, but it might. It just might. Like bishop d4, h5, bishop takes rook. Oh, you blundered. Bam. And you're like, wait a minute. Am I losing?
There are so many crazy, aggressive attacking opportunities here for black. And yes, the position is still losing for black, but suddenly white can make mistakes too, because if you don't defend precisely, it's gonna be checkmate. h5 to open up the g file is a brilliant idea here. I wonder if that's why Tubbo placed the rook on h4, or he wants to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on g4.
No, either or. I do feel like he'll just snap take, but if he finds h5, I mean, like I'm saying, look at this. He just found an amazing idea. Queen g6, rook e5, rook h3. Rook e5, rook h5. Let's see.
Oh! He goes for it. He's going all in. The rook on a7 is hanging, but he doesn't care. I don't know if he didn't see it or he just doesn't care. He's going all in on the attack with h5.
And you can't even see it. That's the crazy thing. I know. Let's pull up his screen just for a brief moment. His fans can't even see it. Look at this.
His fans can see that he's going for a kill. He's going for the kill.
Tubbo, you're destroying your own brilliance. This man is spilling the paint all over his own studio. He's like Jackson Pollock. I mean, this man is just, he's played the, this might honestly be one of the smartest ideas of the tournament. The last like 5 moves, and we can't even see it.
I thought you meant smartest of moves to place the camera there so that it's kind of a secret. But
oh my god!
The king goes to f2 instead of the capture of the rook. Now takes, bishop takes.
This is insane.
It's coming. Oh my gosh.
So it was a little bit
How
more
is he
accurate,
still
I
up
think.
4?
Give a check.
God damn
But
it.
now, Rainn is just, Rainn is awful. Like, he's so good, it's just terrible. Like, look at this, there's no checks now. There's no checks. Tubbo has to find rook h3.
Rook h3 is the one way to go forward. I think Tubbo can find it because his rook is hanging and that's a forcing move to attack the queen. This boy, young man, I shall say, so that no one sues me. He has spotted some brilliant rook maneuvers in the game against Logic and in this game too. Rook e5, rook h5, and now rook coming to h3. He is still down on material, but he is going all in with the attack.
No, this is sick. I mean, and no, like, this is, it's really unfortunate because, like, he's a young kid, he's loud, and like his stream can be all over the place. And then chat just like the whole match is just spamming chaos. And the truth is, like, you got to give this kid credit. And now he's playing well and everyone's like, oh, he's, you know, no, he's just playing good chess. They're both playing great chess. Let's put all that nonsense aside and just appreciate the fact that, I'm telling you, this idea is up there. Of all the games that I've seen, this rook lift, rook h4, h5, and a crazy. He's popping off right now.
It seems that the rook maneuvers come easy to him. It comes natural to him because it was a theme in the game against Logic where he came all the way back with his rook. We were showing it as a preview to this match, and now all these rook maneuvers. Will Rainn Wilson give up the queen for the rook and the bishop, or will he try to escape?
Right now, you probably could sack and then just take with the king and run the king to b2. But that's even better. And I was just going to say that. And now is really the moment with black you go, damn. Because if I play bishop h3, queen takes queen. Queen h5?
This is a moment where unfortunately there's no follow-up for Tubbo. But he could take a moment to move the rook away from a7, c5, blocking the diagonal. Again, what a move, because now, even if the pawn is captured, that rook can at least come toward the king side.
Yeah, wow. I hope he doesn't play rook e7 and try to do the same thing, because then he'll hang his rook. Then I'll be really upset. If he plays rook d7 and just kind of bides his time, it's still a complicated position. Anything can happen with this time. Please don't go rook e7. Tubbo, Tubbo, Tubbo. Don't go here. Don't go here. Ah, I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Rook c7 and rook d7. He now plays bishop to
oh,
h3.
No.
Oh no. After the queen trade, the rook can eventually be taken on a7.
Oh my gosh.
Just when he almost played his way back into the game with material down.
That's rough. He's gonna be bummed. And I feel his pain, to be honest. I feel his pain. Because I'm gonna let it, and Rainn just, I don't know if that was planned, but Rainn is just like, you could take me twice and I don't care because I'm up a bishop and a knight. It's a nice technique by Rainn, actually. Dude, Rainn is good. Rainn is also so sharp.
Very sharp, but I'm sure that he wasn't very comfortable in that position with Tubbo's attack on the king side, and he could have increased the pressure if he had moved the rook away. Bishop h3 was the mistake, allowing the queen trade.
Yeah, king h2 is just very clean technique now. Good play from Rainn. Great play. He absorbed that attack quite well. The opening a little bit shaky. Honestly, what's going to end up happening, Anna, I'm calling it now. All these guys between 11 and 1400, it's going to come down to their prep. Who can get out to a more comfortable position, a better position from the opening, and who can convert it. That's it. And that's chess. That's high level chess. So welcome to Pogchamps 3, baby, where the stakes, everything is higher. It's all higher.
It's all higher, and when it comes to this end game, unfortunately for Tubbo, there's not much of a hope. Even if Rainn makes a mouse slip, you might blunder a piece away, a minor piece, or your rook, and the position is still winning.
King f4, and yeah, well, push the pawns, Rainn. That's what's Tubbo's going for stalemate. That's what
I was
Tubbo
gonna say, that's the final chance, the final hope that you run out of legal moves.
But he might. I mean, but it doesn't even matter because Rainn actually wins regardless.
Oh, his community is spamming the well played emote.
It was well played. Listen, I'm gonna let him know.
It really was a good fight.
I'm gonna let him know that was a good game, and he's gonna come in here and he's gonna be all, oh, he killed me and this and that, and now confidence is everything, as we've seen time and time again. Michelle had that. She was like hard on herself. She was like, I already messed up, and she hadn't messed up.
It does feel like the psychological side is getting to the participants too, as it happens oftentimes with chess. I always say it should not be overlooked that you probably think you're lost before you actually are lost. So it's something to bear in mind, that if you think that you already messed up, look again, because perhaps it's not true that you have messed up, and by thinking you have messed up, you will indeed show it on the board that now you are screwed.
And after rook f2, there was only one move, and I think Tubbo's just having the solemn moment. He's about to play a move, and he's about to get checkmated. Rook f7 is mate in 1. He did the same thing. I have faith that he'll make a move in the next 10 seconds. He did the same thing versus Logic. He sat there for a while. He wallowed, and there you go. King h7 on the board. Here comes rook f7 from Rainn Wilson.
And that's a checkmate on the board. Queen f8 would have been stalemate. This is checkmate. And what a match this has been. And almost come back by Tubbo.
We're gonna take our final break of the day, and when we return, we will speak to both players involved in our final matchup here. Pogchamps 3 presented by Grip 6. We will be right back.
I mean, obviously, most people will leave, but some people will stay, and there's 56,000 watching right now and 31K watching Ludwig, and there's just a lot of people watching this right now. So we're gonna do some speed run. What we're gonna do is somebody's gonna challenge me, and then I'm gonna start playing games. I might play you. Thank you, Solar Parade. I'm on Chess TV. It's so funny because the 3 times I've been on Chess TV, 2 of them I was texting, and now I'm leaving to go to the bathroom. But that was a really impressive game by Rainn. We are gonna brace for impact. I think they're gonna do the interviews first. Hi everybody on Chess TV. You guys are about to get tortured by me personally, and my plan for those of you looking for more chess content, I'm gonna just do some instructional content. I'm gonna do some of my speed run and play some subs in several instructional games. So hope you guys will stick around. I think that's gonna be nice. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Yes, Rainn Wilson is actually Rainn Wilson. This is the actor who is on The Office. This is Dwight Schrute. The bathroom can wait. The bathroom always can wait. Yeah, the bathroom can always wait. Thank you, Synecdoche, for the prime. Appreciate it. Well, you got to challenge me on my account on Chess.com. I see a lot of challenges. Gains, I'll start with you. I like 10 or 15 minute games because they allow me to explain all of my moves. And wow, 100K people watching me. That's just a crazy. That's just a crazy concept. I think the fact that there are 100,000 people around the world like watching me sitting here talking, it's crazy. But okay. Yeah, I legitimately need to go to the bathroom, but we'll wait until we're off. Let's actually start a game. And games, maybe you can re-challenge me to a 15-minute game. Casual for sure, not rated. Thank you, Celestial Alice, for the tier 1. If you could re-challenge me, then I could actually go to the bathroom during the game. My thoughts on Tubbo's performance was impressive. It was expected, and a great fight by Tubbo. Okay, so let's begin. Now, before I make a move, I used to do this on my Sensei Danya account. The premise behind this is very, very simple. I play games against subscribers and players of various levels. I talk through every move, and I try to include as much advice as possible. I talk through my logic during the game, and then after the game, we go back over all of the moves, and I explain and answer everybody's questions. That is all there is to it. Eddie H, and I think that's one of the best ways to learn. Bueller Tar, thank you for the prime. So let's start with the move E2 to E4. We're playing Gaines, who is 1100. Now, those of you who've been around for a while, you know what move I like to play here. Let me know when I'm off Chess TV, guys, so I can get that bathroom visit out of the way. What move do I like to play in this position? This is called the Sicilian defense. Now, I always advocate for a line called the Alapin. The Alapin is named after a chess player from Lithuania. Thank you, Wisechar. And the point of the Alapin, this move C3. You might look at this and say, well, why are you moving a pawn again in the opening? The point is to control the center with C4. One of the most important things in the opening is to control the center. And Gaines does the right thing. He controls the center before me. That is what I've taught on the speedrun. That's what we've done many times. Now, my pawn is hanging. I get to take his pawn.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final interview of the day. We're joined now by Rainn Wilson, as well as Tubbo. Rainn, you were telling Tubbo right before we went live, you felt under pressure in that second game. You felt
he had me on the ropes in that second game. I mean, I was a pawn or two up, but he played so aggressive, and he just kept coming and just bringing pieces, and I was really like nervous. I was he was throwing the kitchen sink at my king side there, and it was nerve-wracking. It was really, I knew I was up, from a piece perspective, but he had a lot of great lines on my king, and I had to scramble a lot. He was well played. He's got such a natural aggressive chess instinct. He's a killer.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna go a step further, Anna. You and I spoke. Obviously, you guys can't hear us during the commentary. This is what I was gonna say. I know Rainn won the match. Tubbo, that was the best attacking plan I've seen in this tournament. So, what you need to do is stop Googling openings 2 minutes before your game.
I was just clicking the next arrow as fast as possible, trying to memorize as many as I could.
I'm not even kidding. Like, you maneuvered your rook 4 times. When you played h5, I honestly thought you were going to complete the comeback. And Rainn, you just defended perfectly. You avoided all checks. I mean, you hid your king. And at this point, did you feel like you were out of danger?
I took some real time, and I was like, how could he get me here? And I didn't think he quite had the firepower to take me down. And so I really would have loved to have taken my rook over to, what is that, A8? That I'm not very good with. No, H1, sorry.
This way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I could have just gotten that line, yeah, I just kept looking at it, and I'm like, there's so many traps in here. Am I going to get stuck? Is he going to pin my king and queen, with his rook? But I thought I could play my way out of it if I was kind of slow and steady wins the race. I would love to have gotten a rook in there. And I knew if he moved that bishop that I would get his queen, and I was hoping for that.
I know, it was the blunder.
Oh, we thought you were still being brilliant, right, Anna, when you played c5. We just thought the brilliance was going because you just activated your rook, and here we were like, just move your rook and be slower about it. And
Exactly. Yeah. We were predicting that you push the pawn so that now your other rook can do the same, and you're gonna try to maneuver it towards the king side and toward Rainn's king on g1. Especially if you place it on the c7 square, rook to c6 and rook to f6. It takes a while, but it's a plan with which you could try to add yet another attacking piece to the king side. But rook e5, rook h5, then
Yeah, that was
rook h4 and pawn to h5. It was a brilliant idea from a difficult position because you were already a piece down. So you should really trust yourself a lot more when it comes to chess, because you see some genius ideas. Even if you have just Googling how to play with the black pieces, you're a natural.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, that was like, honestly, I was sitting here like, when is this gonna stop? Like, at some point he's got to do something like crazy. And then you were just very methodical. You were like, no, I'm gonna keep on building. And obviously credit to your opponent too, who just like held in there, like, and didn't lose his cool. So for upcoming matchups, Rainn, you're taking on maybe the other kind of big dog in the group, and that's Logic. Have you visualized how that's gonna go? You're gonna assert dominance there, win the group. How are we feeling?
Well, I'm certainly going to try and win the group. But yeah, I haven't seen Logic's games. I understand he's pretty good and a super solid player, and this is really nerve-wracking, this whole experience. Like, I was talking to a friend about it. It's like, even when I go on like Chess.com and I'm just like playing a stranger, like sometimes I get like that kind of adrenaline of like, oh, screw up. But then like tens of thousands of people are watching you, like they're watching and then you make a dumb move and you're like, wow, 67,000 people watched me do that dumb move, and I could have taken that piece right there, and so it really messes with you. But I hear Logic's great, and I'm gonna have to look at some of his games, and hopefully if Danny's available to give me some coaching in the next day or two, get honed up. But,
Speaking of
Tubbo
coaching,
is
sorry,
great.
Rainn, I was cutting you
Yeah.
there. I was just gonna bring up the first game because we were gonna give you a tip about this setup that you play with the black pieces. You
Yeah.
played this against Magnus Carlsen too a few years ago, and there's a similar pattern about the f7 pawn. Levi, if you can show that moment.
Yeah, I've
This
got-
is for Tubbo as well to take advantage of it next time.
I've got Tubbo's old game up against Sapnap.
Shout out to Sapnap for being a good training buddy. You were practicing for today's match with
Yeah.
Sap. We were watching the match.
Yeah, there's this trick, and it was going throughout the opening, but putting this bishop on g4 early to pin the knight. Tubbo, you had a tactic. Bishop takes f7 check, and this is just one
Yeah,
of
I
those
saw
things.
that, and the thing told me that was a good move, but I thought, I'd just lose my bishop.
So that's actually a good point, like to you, all your viewers as well. The computer will tell you things, so you got to challenge it, right? So you go, okay, and then you look for another check, and you go, oh, now my queen can't be taken because it's check. And then I win the bishop. And that trick is...
Oh,
wow.
Before
How come Danny never told me about that? He never warned me about that one.
Wait, oh my god, I think I did that. Literally a week ago. I think that was the thing I learned a week ago. Oh no.
This sometimes does happen if they bring the bishop out and it's not guarded, and you have that trick. You have that bishop takes pawn idea. But yes, so keep that in mind. I don't know if you're ever going to see that defense again, and I guess, Anna, for Rainn, it would be just finish it all up here before you bring the bishop, because you can...
Yes, bishop and knight out first, and then the bishop on g4 will be guarded.
Yeah, because actually, Logic starts with these three moves. This could have been a very useful
True.
lesson, because Logic plays e4, knight f3, and bishop c4. So now we got...
Well, I like to get the bishop out of the way because it's kind of... If I move... I'm so bad. If I move my king pawn up one... I'm sorry, I don't know the square names.
Oh, you don't want to block your bishop by pushing the pawn.
Right, but I like to get into that defense, so I kind of get the bishop out of the way so that I can do that and kind of like steal up a defense, and then if I get pushed, then just take the knight and then be done with the bishop. That's kind of my thinking on it. Yeah. But you're right. That's a sneaky move.
Yeah, with this combination, that's the one kind of drawback. There's always this bishop takes pawn. Now you can like prepare that in different ways, but probably knight out this way, then the bishop, then the pawn would be the best. But then you don't get your knight there.
Yeah, I like to get my knight there. So maybe it's maybe I play the king pawn before the queen pawn.
You can
If
also
the bishop's there.
You can also, yeah, like you can actually play this setup with the pawn back like this, and then wow, but then your bishop, yeah.
Then the bishop is stuck.
Well,
yeah,
then I
there's
would
no
then
perfect
I'd
solution.
I'd Fianchetto it on the other side.
That is one other way. Then you're playing an opening known as the hippo. I'm not sure if you're a fan of hippos, but the two bishops from the sides are
I
the hippo.
like that. I didn't know it was called the hippo. Sometimes I
There you
play
go.
it and the computer says I'm playing the Perk PIRC.
Mhm.
I've never heard of that before.
That's your opening, Rainn. Yes, that's how it's called. Well, we can just name it the way you want it to be called. What would you name a chess opening? This setup.
The Cockroach Palace.
I thought that was a
bomb.
different one. This is not the Cockroach Palace, is it?
No.
We called it the Shroot.
The Shroot.
The Rubbo. I think
There you
what
go, the
wasn't it?
Rubbo.
Yes.
That was my name.
We'll name it
They
after
call me Rubbo.
Perfect.
Tubbo, my son is 16. He loves your videos, man.
Oh, thank
Stuff.
you.
He's a big fan. He's like, oh my God, you're going to play Tubbo.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you,
Yeah.
man.
And I think there's a music connection too, because both of you, I think, have a nice collection of instruments. Tubbo, can you show some of the instruments behind you?
I do.
I
My
think you have-
favorite instrument it is the steel pan or drum. Sorry. This is my one.
Oh, nice.
I think it's a bit.
I bought it
out of
purely so I can
frame.
do the start of Under the Sea.
Oh.
That is the whole reason I have this.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much for showing it. And Rainn, I think you have another instrument nearby you.
Oh,
if
yeah,
I recall it
Rainn.
well
I got
from
my
the
bassoon
interview.
right there.
Amazing.
The bassoon. I've got a little guitar down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Few
guitar.
others around.
Anna, have you played instruments?
I'm trying, but I feel like a very much not talented person in the company of these gentlemen.
I've played a few instruments over my life, and now, like a good chess player, I play nothing. I just play chess, and that is what I do. But
The
I've...
board is
that
your
truth?
instrument.
There you go. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Gentlemen, thank you. Those were fantastic games. We go back to the drawing board. You both have matchups coming up, so we wish you all the best in those future matchups. And Tubbo, thanks for staying up late once again to play
No
some chess.
worries. Yeah.
We'll see you. We'll see you when we see you in a couple days.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me, you
Good luck
guys.
for the
I'll catch
next
you later.
matches.
Bye.
Thanks so
See you
much.
soon.
Bye, Rainn. Bye,
guys.
Tubbo.
Bye.
And so Anna, 2-0. Rainn takes it over Tubbo. Tough matchups. Ultimately, the stronger players, they stuck it out toward the end.
They did, but what a day this has been, starting with the match of Michelle against Logic. We saw a Bottas gambit there or two, but Michelle almost fought her way back in the second game. And Mr.Beast accepting Charlie's Bottas gambit. It wasn't an intentional Bottas gambit, but Jimmy did end up trapping the queen of Most Critical and almost won the first game against one of the highest rated players and one of the most experienced players of Pogchamps 3. And this final clash with Rainn claiming a decisive advantage in both games, but the second one, Tubbo found a very creative, original attacking idea that almost turned the tables.
Let's take a look, actually, on that note. What we expect tomorrow? I mean, we've got Nico Myth, we've got Ludwig Code Miko. That confused me for a second. But Anna, that last matchup, oh my! It's like the UFC. It's like that last main event. I mean, that's oh my God, that's like two titans are fighting it out.
And we know that both of them, both Benji Fishy and Sardosh, have been preparing for this match for days already. Benji Fishy had a training match a few days ago, and Sardosh is taking it very seriously too with his coaches. Now we know that the French #1, Maxime Vachelagrov, too, is helping Sardosh, while Benji Fishy is trained by a former second of the world champion Magnus Carlsen, Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. The first clash too, by the way, Nico was telling us yesterday how that's going to be 100 Thieves versus DSM, epic battle. And Ludwig has played against Code Miko. The bots? I think it was both of them tried defeating each other's bots. Let's see how they face each other when it comes to the human players.
Yeah, that's a super exciting day of chess. We've got the org matchup. Miko does hilarious interviews with so many different creators. I'm pretty sure she said that Ludwig's girlfriend, Cutie Cinderella, likes her more than she likes Ludwig. So that there's a little bit of extra spice in that matchup.
There's a lot on the line. It's all about
Yes.
who's gonna get to keep Cutie.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think ultimately it would come down to Cutie's choice, but you know,
No,
there is
it depends on the chess match. Levy, you don't understand.
Okay, all right, we're going very medieval with this, I see. All right, Cutie's choice does not matter. Okay, well, she said
Just
that. It wasn't me.
kidding.
It was her. But Benji Fishy versus Sardosh is, that chef's kiss. Can we just get that matchup for like the next few weeks? Those two guys ultimately will probably both end up in the champions bracket unless something completely shocking happens. I think although mathematically it's impossible at this point because that Group A has all played each other. So they might play now, Anna, and in the final.
Could be the case. Could be the case because these are going to be some of the last matches of the group stage. And then in the championship bracket, you are right. Both Sardosh and Benji will be going to get into the bracket of the main battle, the championship bracket, and they could face each other again in the finals. Are you predicting that? If you were to predict the final of the championship bracket?
Well, the thing is, one of them is going to probably have to play Rainn, and yeah, those three are definitely up there. But that whole top bracket's got a bunch of players in it who are 1100. I mean, it's crazy. Honestly, it's going to be super intense. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see that matchup. Same time, same place. Pogchamps 3, presented by Grip 6. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Let's go. Let's go.